I only got 4 hours of sleep on because my
Well,
wife is working a weird late night schedule right now due to a big project at work.
mm,
And I'm weirdly clingy and I like staying up with my wife while she works so she's not lonely.
mm.
And then we go to bed, but that means I didn't get to bed until about 2 o'clock last night.
Well,
And I wake up
look
at
at
6
you
because I
having.
love D&D.
Yeah. Look at him having feelings.
I know. It's weird, but it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy on the inside. And most of the good things I do in my life are because of my wife. But enough about me bragging. Well, I guess good morning, everybody. Welcome back for another Wednesday of Orphaned Honor. Uh, Again, I feel no ceremony. Someone just tell me what happened last week.
Very well. So, when we last left off, we were about to go into the Mario 64 painting to Dinosaur Island for our own Star Fox adventure.
That was a lot of references.
So,
Nintendo, please don't sue
yes.
me.
So, we went in, um, hoping to find, Corpish. And this is where we pretty much spent like the majority of the session.
Mhm.
Um, we followed a trail, um, which winded on for a while. We came to a lake of some kind here that it looked as if he had like swam across. Core got in the water and began kind of just following it dedicatedly, while most of the party kind of tried to climb the rocks around him. And there obviously had to be something in the water because this is how these things go. And Haba, slipped on a rock and he fell in. And I guess the dinosaur thought he was, a tasty treat. And Core happened to be between him and there. So Core did the natural thing that any hero would do and didn't participate in the common encounter to get the item at the very bottom of it, because we have to adhere to our D&D tropes and not help the party out, and we have to steal the items and the goodies because they're ours, and that's the only way we're going to get any loot whatsoever.
Classic rogue.
Absolutely, what a hero. We were able to defeat the dinosaur without severe injury, and we got some tasty dinosaur meat, which we're probably going to have for breakfast this morning. That's going to be very, very weird.
Yeah, no,
We're
it's kind
gonna
of
find out.
delicious.
We're gonna find out if we get food poisoning for the dinosaur. Anyway, so
Brought it back.
we moved on past that, uh, having butchered a dinosaur and kept pace. Where we encountered some flashy, stunny boys, uh, who were about to corner Corpish, and we fought them. And we managed to defeat them, though in the aftermath of that, two of us ended up being blinded for about a minute. And then, we got in our Jeep and looked at the water as it, you know, vibrated from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and we had to make a daring escape from it. Because as much as we wanted to fight it, we had a child with us, and two of us had the blinded condition, which basically means that our entire extended family is dead. So we escaped from Dino Hell to the outside world and found out that I think roughly we had gotten there very early in the morning, but now I think it was about 8 o'clock at night when we got out of there. Um, who else but George Clooney waited outside for us? Uh, and I think his name was Xavier.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier White.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, told us how much time had passed. We went out. He explained the situation, and Corpish kind of tried. Well, I guess Nero bonded a little bit with Corpish. Since he wants to be a big, strong hero, um, warrior type, and right now he's not. But one day he'll make the climb and you know become strong. We took a carriage back to the Fate's Edge orphanage, which took us 4 hours there, which also extended the entire time that carriage could be on loan for us. Um, we went inside after talking with I think it was Rain who was outside for us. It was
Mm-hmm.
Mallet Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, we still someone's magical science project. We're gonna eat it. And I think that's pretty much the meat of the session. We went in, we got the kid, we got out, and we didn't have much time for anything else. Losing that touch time is a bit of a setback. We got a magical item out of it, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that was used to make the water pool clean or actually create the water down there. Would be very inconvenient if I accidentally upset someone by taking something inside of the demiplane.
The good news is you killed the resident, so it's not like they need the house anymore.
Suppose that's true.
Does that mean there was one of those at the bottom of every pool that you guys walked by?
I don't know.
And we'll never know.
We'll never know because we're never going back there.
I would not recommend it, no.
I wouldn't recommend it either. I'm just
Nope.
glad it wasn't Clown Dungeon.
You guys did miss Clown Dungeon. It was on the list.
Oh no.
However, anyone have anything else to add?
I do not.
Can't think of anything.
All right. I think I will just quickly note pin one thing on, which was there was a bit of time dilation when inside the demiplane, and upon exiting, it was quite late at night.
Oh, yep, I did mention that.
Oh, okay. Well,
Or-
threw you well
we
past
lost a
the
lot.
appointed time to meet with the owner of the Octopus Arena in your opportunity to get there to find the child that was stashed there. Otherwise, we will start our session the morning following, after you have all have rested at the Fate's Edge Orphanage in the First District. It is a not bright, but still moderately early, and by moderately early, I mean not at all, 8 a.m. Based off of your experience the last time you were here, breakfast is had much earlier, at least with everyone else. Given the need for the party to, at the very least, rest, you were left be, and all come around, around the same time. And you have access to work in the kitchen, at the very least, habanero do, if necessary, to feed yourselves. The orphanage is buzzing with the sounds of excitable children. And you can hear the occasional, shouts of, joy and pleasure as they are playing outside. The first glance out of the window for anyone will tell you that it is snowing. Enough so that it looks like close to about 2 feet overnight has fallen. And you can see outside between what looks like a diligently working amethyst who is walking along and sort of waving a hand and clearing pathways with a spell. And then you just have a bunch of kids that are playing it in the larger piles where she's moving it to. So, how do you want to begin your day?
I want to begin it by cooking.
Good answer. Habanero, you know you can go to the you know where the kitchen is, and you know you have access to it.
Okay. Now, question: would I have gotten my other ingredient dye back before cooking this, or would I still be operating missing 3 regular ingredients?
You gain them at the end of a long. You regain new ones at the end of a long rest, as long as you have a place to resupply. Given that you're in the city, you would be stocked up on new ingredient dice. You know, the whole plethora of D4s, with the exception of whatever
2d10. Right.
Yeah, whatever the 2d10 is. So you would have 4 D4 and 2 D10.
Got it. All right.
It's gonna
go ahead.
do her morning stretches and just kind of getting used to traveling around with these people. Gonna make her way to the
That
cafeteria.
was 2d20 just by accident. Okay, hold on. I mistyped.
I was like, wow, those were great rolls.
Yep. Oh no.
Those are not so great.
No, not so great.
It's fine.
You did it fantastically.
It's
Core's
11.
going to start his day by going through everything that he has and making sure that everything's in order and in place like he usually does. Just making sure that everything's accounted for and going down his checklist of activities. I think Core is going to try to find one of the red cloaks here.
Okay.
Preferably the one he thinks is the more knowledgeable of the ones present. Well, knowledgeable in the sense that they are more familiar with the workings of the city.
Okay. That is much more specific.
AKA I'm going to try to make an inquiry about Grush's request, basically. See where we can get a start on that.
Just make an investigation check. We'll see who you can find.
Sure.
Every dice roll has an answer.
Every something is a brand new something. Yeah.
Nailed it. Okay.
19 is pretty good.
It is pretty good. There are 3 adjutants here this morning. The 2 normal caretakers, Amethyst and Rain, along with Gallo. The somewhat more rough-shod, hat-wearing, chain-slinging individual you met once before in the alleyway, where there was an awkward situation of Nero butchering a body.
Yep, the bounty hunter.
Yep.
The one that makes Cora uncomfortable.
Yep. That being said, from what you've been told in the past, all of the adjutants probably have a good grasp of city inner workings. But in terms of the one you think will be able to help you the most for Grusk's situation, you think... Well, actually, I mean, this one's really tough. It's not that you know someone would be better than the other one. It's that you can eliminate individuals based off of experience you think they have. You think Rain is very rough and tumble. She seems more of a people person. And then when people aren't her thing, she seems more of a smashing people person. Gallo, as you've identified very clearly, is a bounty hunter. And also deals with people quite a lot and would probably know a lot of the seedier parts of the city. People to talk to about maybe not so legal deals. Amethyst, she seems very well put together and very intelligent. So she might have the widest breadth of information.
I think we're gonna go to Amethyst first because Core is. Who did Core have his moment with? That was with Rain.
Yes.
Let's talk to Amethyst.
Okay.
Core
Is this gonna be
also.
before or after breakfast?
We'll wait until after breakfast.
Okay.
Let's let her do everything that she needs to with the kids and everything like this. There's no reason to get in the way of that type of business.
Okay. In which case, Habanero, please finish your breakfast cooking.
Right. Yeah. So we finish it, and it's not their best work.
I mean, it's a
But it's not
completely
bad.
new ingredient.
Yes. Right, so we bring out you something like akin to like smoked salmon on toast with some eggs.
Mm. The thing that you weren't prepared for is that the plesiosaur is a bit of a cross, funnily enough, a cross between salmon and like steak. It's
yeah.
not as flaky as fish would be. It's a tad bit tougher, but not so tough that it needs a knife.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a rich, like fatty texture to it, and is quite juicy, even not knowing how to fully prepare it. All in all, it's definitely an interesting experience.
All right. So who's getting something today?
That is the question, because only one person can.
Yep. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a core by the toe. If he hollers, let him go.
Why are you grabbing my toes, Nero?
I like to imagine Nero's actually under the table looking at his toes.
Core wearing boots, very heretic-like for a halfling.
That is weird.
I'm not going to trudge around in the sewers barefoot. That's just no.
You build
do you want
some
perception checks again?
What was that?
Do you want perception checks again? A D4
No.
perception checks again? No?
Yeah, what? I don't want to like meta too hard on this, but Core feels like doing some feels like being a talky person today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, charismatic with that fish on your breath, that plesiosaur on your breath.
Absolutely.
That adds
Having
D4 to
the
your
aura of a
perception
dinosaur
checks.
is what you need to get the job done.
All right. Yeah, you can have a D4 of persuasion checks, and then
Oh wow, okay.
yeah.
for as long as you have the temporary hit points.
Yep. Yelena, you can have 2 HP, and then
Wow.
Sam can have 3 when she gets here.
What is the
It needs to be 6 or
HP
more.
total?
You get it's total of 11.
You get 6.
Okay.
Yep. I need to give at least 6 to get you a bonus because it has to be twice my proficiency mod. Question for like future reference: would I be able to like spend extra money to like potentially like buy bigger ingredients dice?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll have to look into that in the near future.
Yeah. Your stockpile of D4s are we make the narrative assumption are just like the stock standard ingredients you would buy day to day.
Yeah.
But if you go out and you spend some coinage, some gold, you can definitely round those out to D6s on a day if you want. So like when you're in a really well supplied city such as Geliath, where you could stop by, like especially like the 4th district, which has all kinds of exotic ingredients. If you wanted to drop the gold, you could start the day with 60-12. Granted, that would cost you a lot of gold.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, just upping your average on the D6 to the D8s while still pricey is doable. Absolutely.
Okay.
Right. The time will go by. Breakfast will be served. Relatively protein heavy, some healthy fats. Pretty good stuff, even though Habanero will still humbly say it is not their best work.
Yeah.
By the time you finish, and Core begins to head outside, the pathway is cleared, and there are about some 20 odd kids that are outside dressed head to toe in heavy winter clothes playing in the snow. And it looks just very freeform, like they're just letting them have just unabashed fun. Which is real funny because Gallo the bounty hunter is playing with them, and she is acting like a complete idiot, and it's very funny. But Amethyst is standing off to the side after having finished her magical snow shoveling, and is just kind of doing the proper caregiver and is just watching over everybody with a sharp eye. Before Core gets into it, Habanero, Yelena, what are you guys up to after breakfast? Anything?
Yelena also wanted to have a small chat with Amethyst.
Okay. All right, I guess there's going to be a line.
Form up one by one.
The queue starts right here. Habanero, anything in particular?
No, it's just lamenting over this dish.
Oh, okay. They're doing the sad anime thing where they have like that black and blue swirl thing above their head.
Yeah. It's like,
Just sitting in the corner holding each other.
Good, guys.
Yeah.
No, it was awful. It was our worst dish yet.
Oh no. Probably
Not yet,
like maybe bottom 10, but not worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst day of your life so far.
No.
Thanks, Homer.
Okay. In which case, Core, who just tends to always take the initiative, I'm going to stick him at the front first. Amethyst is on the stoop of the orphanage, sitting underneath the overhang, leaning against one of the posts, and is just very diligently watching all of the kids play.
Can't remember the last time that I played in the snow. Not really my thing.
Shame. Snow is fun in the fact that it can become anything you want it to be if you have the imagination.
Yeah, but if you're not dressed right for it, and in your rags, it can be pretty downright miserable, if not dangerous. But I mean, don't let me take the fun out of it. If they're having fun, then I guess that's what matters, right?
And they are. You would try all you want. You couldn't suck the fun away from this.
Good. I had a question, actually.
I suspected as much.
Uh-huh.
What can I do for you?
I promise I don't go to people when I need things exclusively. But I promised I'd help a friend out. And this is something I don't really have a lot of experience with. But he's looking to get some property and to actually get something going that's a little bit more legitimate. I don't really know who to go to about this. And this was kind of dropped on me I want to say about 2 days ago now.
Mhm.
During all this stuff,
Mhm.
I went to them to see if they could help me out, and I extended a hand back, and after 10 minutes of awkward staring, they told me that they wanted property, legitimate property.
Hmm.
So, I was wondering if you could lend a hand with this, maybe.
How you go about purchasing property inside the city?
Or just even if it's something cheap, it's a little bit of a weird situation with them.
I can't promise you anything about prices. I can just tell you where to go. Um, Typically, in any district inside the city or even outside the city in terms of getting farmland, you have to go to the respective real estate brokers. If you need farmland, you have to go and petition the circle themselves. It doesn't actually pass through them, but you have to go to their offices. So if you need land outside the city, go to the center of the city. You have to book an appointment and then talk to them. Uh, Interior, you have to go to the offices for the respective circle head in the district you want land in. Um, I know prices inside the city tend to be pretty expensive. Yeah. It's Gelliath. What do you want? Right now, I'm not an expert on the matter, but unsurprisingly, the 6th district, given that it's in the middle of restructuring, is probably the cheapest to try to get some space in. And you can broker deals in between business owners that already have space if they're looking to sell. And it typically is a bit cheaper than just trying to buy land or space that doesn't already have an owner attached to it. Brokers tend to sell it back at the value they know it'll be worth once things are running again.
Okay, so 6th district, which is good because I think that's what they are at the moment. I'm just a little bit worried because of who they are. Um, they're a lizard person.
He said he wants to do legitimate business. As long as that's the case, he's not going to have any problems.
Yeah, I just worry. People can be real skittish about things, and they're different, and that's not always a good thing. They can't help it that they are.
Well, I certainly can't speak for everybody, but as long as he isn't cannibalizing corpses in his store, I think he'll be fine. At the very least, I can say that the law in the district won't bother him unless he's doing anything illegal, which is the opposite of what you've told me.
All right. Do you know if your organization would be able to help me arrange something? I know you got your. I know that the cloaks got their hands in the in a lot in that district.
Well, we're the stand-in militia for the district until it's better established and the home guard are arranged, which is being done. We have a mercenary commander coming in. But funnily enough, yes, because, and this might not be as surprising, is that nobody is actually the broker for the 6th district. You'd have to go through him no matter what.
What, really?
Yes, he's the right hand is probably not the proper verb or term to use for it, but he helps Lady Mythonos do a lot of the work for the district. He's got a head for that sort of thing, and he's got the time. So he helps run a lot of the district and is responsible for a lot of the construction planning.
Well, I guess I'm only surprised because I tempered my expectations.
That's fair.
Doesn't seem like the type.
Be surprised.
Why is he like that?
Like, well, I understand what you're already trying to ask, but you do need to be a bit more specific. A lot of people have a lot of different issues with nobody, so I'm trying to figure out what exactly your comments for.
I'm guess the best way to put it is stunted and when we were talking, he implied that he had some bad experiences with something.
For better or
Is that some-
worse,
Yeah,
most
I feel
adjutants
like.
can say that.
Sorry.
But continue.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just bring it up with him. I'm curious. It doesn't seem like a bad guy. I'd like to get to know him a little bit better, but I don't know.
I can arrange a meeting for you to talk about land. Anything else, you have to worm your way in on your own good graces. He doesn't reveal anything he doesn't ever want to, and his story is his tell. His story is his to tell. So.
That's the same for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So before I have a panic attack over this, what are we looking at as far as price?
Oh, let me think.
Just eyeball something.
That's not great. Well, like I said, I honestly don't know exact numbers. I'm not really involved in any of the project. I just know that if you manage to find a business owner that is trying to sell their business so they can get out, you can get it at a much reduced cost. Otherwise, I know the average opening bid on a piece of land is at the very least somewhere above 1,000 gold pieces.
I know a guy, actually.
And hopefully you can get a good deal.
Now I gotta find a good place where I can take a loan out.
Well, the Gold Coin Syndicate is always willing to offer out loans, but their interest rates aren't always the best.
Mm-hmm.
You'd do better trying to find a friend who has some excess coin.
The only person that I think I'm willing to trust at the moment involving any of this probably Pops, and I don't know if I feel good about doing that.
That was going to be my suggestion, but you're also not entirely wrong. But that's a conversation for you and him to have. He's a businessman. If he can see the value in it, he might agree.
They're gonna help out with all this in exchange. They tend to know the city's underbelly quite literally. So I'm hoping that they know something that we don't.
Sounds like a good contact to have. I hope you manage to find the plot you're looking for. Real estate's a pretty cutthroat business here in the city.
We're talking about stories for a second. Anyway, making it funny. All right. Anyway, I see that there are people lined up over there, so I'm gonna go. Try and not be a stick in the mud. Core's gonna make his way over to the kids.
Right.
Let's make this entire situation here. Let's play cowboys and robbers or something like that. I don't know.
Hilarious choice given the bounty hunters out there right now.
That's exactly what it is. The bounty hunter can pretend they're the bad guy, and Core can pretend that they're the good guy, and we'll have a role reversal later where they're actually coming at me with a gun. Great.
Yep. There's not even any exaggerations in there. She'll come at you with a gun. Several, in fact. Right. Amethyst. Now taking number 24. Number 24.
Ewan looks confused at that for a second, but steps forward.
Yeah, sorry, with an attempt at humor. Noticed you were just waiting for Core to finish.
Yes, I wanted to talk about the contact at the Octopush Arena.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if there is any chance that we could get a meeting today instead. I understand they're probably very upset that we missed yesterday.
They weren't very pleased, no. People with that sort of reputation and that amount of wealth tend not to do well when they're left waiting for too long. And given it was very long, they're actually quite upset about it. We can try to make a plea to reschedule, but I don't know how well it's going to go. You might be better in going to their offices yourself and making a plea personally.
Do you know anything about them in particular? Things they like, weaknesses?
If you want weaknesses, you should go to an information broker. In terms of things they like, I don't know the person personally. They're wealthy, clearly very hot-headed. They own the arena and fund the gold rushers. I know they're invested in several businesses around the city, and probably a couple of ventures outside of the city. Probably looking at, one of the top 50 most wealthy people in the city, which is saying something. I honestly don't know a whole lot about them. It's that they've made a lot of money for themselves and they like to show it.
Do you know their name? I don't believe we've gotten that yet.
Oh, I suppose that would have been significantly more awkward had you gone to meet them in person. Yeah, they go by Tarek Samond. I just know that they're in half orc of some kind. I'm not entirely sure what the other half is. I'm just aware that their orcish blood comes from the nomadic fisherman tribes from the south, from Kartor.
She nods. I think I might have heard about them, at least a little bit in passing.
Would you like to make a history check?
I would.
Do it.
Oof. I've got 3 of them. I'll blow inspiration. Why not? Much better.
That is much better. You have heard of the tribe. So Kartor is actually home to a couple of orcish tribes. The orcs are people around the world who tend to find a particular part of life and build around it. The largest tribe on Kartor belongs to the Galakron tribe, which is a tribe of nomadic fishers. They have become relatively famous for their ability to sail the open seas, but not in boats, but in canoes. And when they decide to settle briefly in a place, they build a floating city using the canoes as buoys. and then through a little bit of clever engineering and some magic, they create floating platforms and build houses on top of them in an area where they're going to stay and fish for a period of time. They have several rituals that are acknowledged. One of which is whenever you go to greet any of the Galacron tribe, it is traditional to bring with you a fish that you've caught yourself that's fresh. It is an offering to them in respect to their given trades of life. They tend to follow and heavily base a lot of the rest of the culture around following Marin, the goddess of the oceans, storms, and freedom, which you can very clearly see reflected in their culture based off of how they don't stay in one place for too long. They live purely off of the ocean, and they navigate it like few others can.
Okay. Does she know, is the tribe generally accepting of half-orcs?
Yes.
Okay. She kind of sits there pondering for a moment. I'm familiar with the tribe, at least in passing. If he appreciates his heritage, I might be able to get on his good side.
I wouldn't even know where to begin. It is not my expertise.
Thank you for the information.
I'm glad I could help.
She kind of like looks over to the snow piles. She sees Core probably getting dogpiled by like a dozen kids.
Yep. Of which the dog pile is initiated by Gallo.
Is this a survival check?
Do
Or
you
is that
do you
the wrong
mean
kind of survival?
Yeah, wrong kind of survival. This is just a constitution check
Oh no.
for potential crushing and suffocation. No breathing. Oh, that's actually really good for. Yeah. Just I mean, despite a full-grown woman tackling you, and then some 200 odd pounds of several children packing on top. You do well despite being pressed heavily into a mound of snow.
Core is used to having to fight multiple children at once. It's the only way that you can survive on the streets.
That almost sounded like a joke, and then it wasn't.
No, it wasn't a joke. It was completely serious. It's the only way. When was the last time that you had to fend off 5 children at once?
Yesterday.
Yelita's gonna go try to find the twins.
They are inside the entryway, sitting on one of the couches off to the side, talking about how they could have done better. But I like to imagine by this point they've kind of gone through the grieving phase, and they're now actually like planning what they could have done better.
Yes.
Habanero.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hi. Was there any of that creature left over from breakfast?
Dire, was there any of that creature left over from breakfast?
Did you use both ingredient die?
Yes, I did.
You got nothing left.
No. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe we could talk our way to getting back into there. Probably get some more. That big one did look kind of tasty, and I wouldn't mind going back for that at some point. Not right now, of course. We've got other things that are definitely more important. But yeah, I'm just rambling.
Probably not worth the effort. Do you know anywhere in the city where you can acquire high quality fresh fish.
Fresh fish. Hmm. I'm gonna assume somewhere in the 4th district, right? There.
Yep.
Yeah. Not just 4th district.
There's a whole, like, a solid quarter of that whole district. Remember, districts are whole cities. A solid quarter of that district is just basically a gigantic food market. You could probably even, with enough coin or talking to the right people, find another cut of plesiosaur.
Yeah.
Because it could actually come from the island that the demiplane was based off of.
I think it might be smart to stop by and purchase something. I might be able to get us back in the good graces of that contact in the octopus arena.
I'm down. Yeah, we can show you around the 4th district.
Shopping episode.
No, we're gonna go to the seedy underbelly, the spice black market.
You're gonna get the Simpsons fish with 3 eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Core's like, I know a guy.
You want some good stuff? I mean, some real good stuff.
You didn't hear from me where we're going to go and do this. We can get the strongest cooking ingredients here. You're not
D20.
gonna like it. You ever had super cinnamon? That stuff is like space heroin.
This is the bone marrow of a god. It's delicious.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you could probably even find that.
Bone marrow of a god, just ground up. It's seasoning.
Mhm.
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you could do like a
It
compound
came
butter
from the
with it.
dragon
Ooh.
themselves, but the only person who was able to take their thigh bone.
I wouldn't mind
Still
some
looking
dragon
for
meat.
revenge to this day.
Well,
Just a 3-legged dragon.
there are rumors that you could purchase dragon meat, but it's you got to know people and you have to have a lot of money. There's this is just District 4 lore for habanero. It is rumored that the circle head of the 4th district, a very large, greasy man who loves food, and is considered to be the most wealthy person in Geliath, like number 1 top dog wealth. Says allegedly has a secret underground food club where they eat the most exotic meals possibly prepared in the world. And it is even said that the menu occasionally includes dragon, which
I thought you were gonna say it, like, occasionally includes people.
uh,
When I heard exotic.
I mean, also rumored. Like, you hear rumors. That's also rumored.
Oh no.
Yep. Not sure how Yelena would feel about eating a creature that could talk to her. But
Anyway.
she just says, well, it will probably take a couple hours just to get there. Should we grab the others, tell them the plan?
Yeah. Right. They get up excitedly about this.
Kor was buried in snow and children the last time I saw him.
Oh, that reminds me. You'll see in a sec. Right. And they'll follow.
Just, and also, as a quick side note, Estella has been in the background the whole time. She was there for breakfast, and then told everyone that she was going to go put her face on, and has been more or less back in the room, dolling herself up a bit, making herself look pretty for the day.
What if she said putting her face on, and that just meant she went back to sleep?
Well, I mean,
That sounds like something Estella would do.
That sounds like Estella-esque.
Well, I mean, if I knew I had to cut Estella, if I knew I had to cut out Estella, like, for the whole session, I could literally just mimic Sam's real life problem. And be like, Estella is having a terrible stomach bug, and she has to stay in bed all day.
She's literally allergic to Plesiosaurus.
Yep, it's terrible. What are the odds? But since I don't know, Estella's going to do the weird quiet hovering in the background bit.
Just floating
She's
there
a corporate
ominously.
Ghost. Hide me.
By the time the three of you return outside, a large scale snowball fight has broken out.
I was just gonna say, yeah. What Nero was talking about is when he got out there, he was gonna pelt Core in the back of the head with a snowball.
Yeah, like, there are two groups, one on the left side of the path, one on the right side of the path, and they have they've shaped part of the mounds of snow, the berms, into defensive fortifications, and they are just chucking tons of snowballs back and forth at one another. And there's a weirdly competitive, slightly mean-spirited competition between Core and Gallo to see who can bean the other one better with a snowball.
This is
Like-
an attack roll.
Yes, it's an attack roll. This is a 1 point of cold damage competition.
Core takes up his
Well, you know
sling,
what?
switches
Someone's
it to
about to get
cold.
hit. Someone's about to get hit by sneak attack.
I put a rock in this
It's like-
snowball.
There's a rock in the snowball. Sure. I'm assuming it's improvised.
Yeah, you're not proficient in snowball attacks.
I see Core as May from Overwatch.
And
The snowball bites into Gallo's cover as she dips below it, narrowly avoiding the snowball. She returns fire, but you are also too nimble and dodge out of the way.
Is that all you got?
Not even close. You
I get it.
I
That's
got
just a
no insight.
warning shot.
I heard something from you, Greg.
as soon as he says, "Is that all you got?" Can I just pelt him in the back of the head? Can I?
You can-
attempt?
You can certainly try.
Right. And Habba's like whispering in Nero's ear, like trajectory stuff, and I'm gonna have him give Nero advantage.
This is also just like really bad manners because you're up on the stoop, so like you're above the cover
Yeah.
lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Core, you get smacked in the side of the face with a snowball for 1 point of cold damage. You have no idea where it came from. Felt like friendly fire.
Core is going to react instinctively. He's gonna stealth, and then he's gonna pop out from cover.
I really shouldn't be doing this because I'm eating into those temporary HP I gave you, but
Does a 12 beat your Does a 12 beat your passive perception?
yes.
Cool.
Yes, it does.
Cool.
What a great way to start. Except the 11 is not going. No, he doesn't see you, so you do get the 19. All right, never mind. So who are you smacking for 10 points of damage with a snowball?
Nero.
Okay. Nero, you're going to take 10 points of cold damage.
Ugh.
I think Core's gonna realize what he's done. He's gonna be like, "Oh."
Cord, why is there a knife in this snowball? He looks down and it's just like it's just sticking out of his like arm.
Core's
Yeah.
just like, "How did that get in there?"
Yeah. Oh, that's my brass knuckles. Win.
Oh.
Core's just like, "Hey, isn't this the same one that you tried to give to
Mm.
Starts screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just gonna like casually step in front of Nero and hope none of the kids see that it actually got hurt.
Yeah, this is gonna be a moment where like Amethyst casually comes over, real calm, just like looks at Nero, tiny little streak of blood down his cheek.
Core just like looks. Core just happened to like just beat him, compacted it well enough here, and like Nero like slipped and like fell down the flight of stairs or something like that. I don't know.
Amethyst is going to put a hand on Nero's shoulder and cast the first level Cure Wounds. You'll get 12 HP back. So you get it back.
Actually, I actually plus on that. Let's go.
And then she gives you a glare from across the way, Core.
Core shrinks and shrivels.
I think you all have some place to be, right?
Yes. You'll just
Core, we're
like,
going shopping.
take
We're going to the
Estelle
food
and navigate around the snowball war
Mm-hmm.
and go try to find a carriage.
Of course, just like, it's just a snowball. I don't see what the big deal was. Meanwhile, that's enough snow. That's actually enough to kill a commoner. So
That's
I don't know.
yeah. That's massive damage by death on a commoner. Yes.
I think you like put it in your sling or something.
No, he just improvised it. If it was a sling attack, there would be more damage on that. I
No,
promise.
that was just a. It wasn't a snowball. That was a packed ice ball. And if you've ever been hit by either one, you know the difference.
Yeah.
One is fun and light spirited. The other one is just mean.
The other one hits you and it doesn't even break. It just bounces down onto the ground.
Yep. As someone who took an ice ball in the ear when I was like 7, I know.
Yeah.
I was traumatized from that age forward. That's why I moved to Florida.
Oh god, you're just reminding me of a horrible thing I did to my brother once when we were younger. I picked up what I thought was a big chunk of snow that was compacted together,
Oh, no.
and I slammed it into his back while he was leaning over it. It was not snow.
Oh no.
I wasn't very strong, so it didn't hurt that much, but
Oh, that's
it
good.
was,
But still, if nothing else, it would have been jarring.
yeah.
Speaking of jars, we're going to the food district. That was a good cutaway, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hailing a carriage is not hard. There tends to always be one or two nearby the orphanage. And you are going to the 4th district.
Here's your cutaway meme. It's very low effort.
Well, you aren't kidding. That was very low effort, but the fact that you managed to put one together real quick, good on you. Good on you. I'm gonna see real quick what your fare price is gonna look like.
Can I bribe them with a meal at the restaurant I work at?
I mean, you
Hot
could.
meal on this cold day.
Oh, that's not great. Yeah, do you want to toss in a free meal at where you work?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
record, that ain't cheap. That's a legitimate bribe to offer someone.
Yes.
4th district restaurants are pricey.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if my good friend at the restaurant can help me out on this one. Is it pronounced Jalen? Jolene?
Yeah, Darlene.
Yeah.
Look at you referencing character notes.
Yeah. Right. So you're gonna go there, right? And now don't look anyone in the eyes and ask for someone named Jolene. Tell her Haba and Nera sent you, and you'll definitely get a free meal. And we'll get a beating when we go in for our next shift. But that's fine.
Yep, because that's how the exchange works. They don't get the money; they got to take it out of your flesh.
Yep.
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
You're here.
Can I have Nero backing me up on this? Like, no, it's totally gonna work. Don't worry.
You can if you want.
Yes.
You have the advantage of characters that can literally do that. So
Yeah.
I like to imagine like Core is like literally just like arms crossed, muttering beneath the about the fed line. I didn't know there was ice in that.
okay. Yeah. The carriage driver will happily take the hint and accept the offer. We will reduce your fare to 3 silver ahead per district. So if you're going to the 4th from the 1st, it's 9 silver a person.
Okay.
So there are 5 of you.
5. Yeah, it's 45 silver. I'll cover it this time.
Okay.
All right. Just make sure I'm doing my math right. 10 silver is 1 gold, right?
Yes. So
Got it.
if you just subtract 5 gold and add 5 silver to your inventory, you would hit the correct.
Got it. 295. Okay, cool.
All right. Well, the carriage driver happily accepts his air quotes bribe. You all pile in and ready yourselves for a decent trip to the 4th district. It's still early enough in the morning that traffic is quite heavy. So it does take you not as quick as some other trips would be. It is about almost 2 hours to get you there.
So we got some time over there. Of course, is gonna ask. All right. So first off, Nero, you're walking it off, right?
If you call a broken bone of walking it off, yeah. This is a joke. I'm fine.
I think you're exaggerating a little bit.
I absolutely was, but that wasn't nice.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that I bruised you up pretty bad.
It's okay. I didn't actually care. I just wanted to make you feel a little bit bad.
Okay. So what's the plan? We're getting more of that meat.
I think so. Yelena wasn't too clear, but we're going to get in some new food. That's great. There's some stuff I've been meaning to stock up on that I've been wanting to try, but yeah, we'll see when we get there. A lot of stuff changes day to day, so heck, even sometimes hour to hour. But yeah.
So why do we need this stuff, Blue?
Amethyst told me a little bit about the man we were supposed to be meeting yesterday, Terex and he's a half-orc with heritage from a tribe of my homeland that I'm somewhat familiar with, Galakron tribe. It is tradition that upon meeting one in the tribe, you bring a fresh fish that you have caught yourself. I'm hoping that offering him some expensive fresh fish, even if we haven't caught it ourselves, as that would be somewhat difficult to do in the city, will be enough to get him back in our good graces, along with some buttering up, I think is the term.
Uh-huh. Okay. So sounds like you're gonna be doing some talking with them. He's gonna be doing the finding. What do you want me to do?
Well, depending on how things go, we might need you to sneak off and look for the child.
Okay. I'll try and oh, look at you. I'll try and make sure that we don't have any trouble. Try and remember that those cloaked freaks are all over the place. So we gotta be careful. The strawman.
Of course, but I get the feeling they wouldn't attack us too openly. At least not yet.
I don't know how the playing field's gonna change. We just took away another one of their things that they really want to get their hands on. Oh, add a character. Is Hetner with us?
You know, that's a great question. Did you express any plans to attempt to go fetch one of the children today?
Yeah, I think we talked about it last night that we were just gonna, rest here for the night and then go back out.
In which case, he has been quietly shadowing everybody.
He's just talking with Estelle the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Estelle's
Like
showing him
magic.
how to do his nails. It's really important hygiene. It's good practice. You gotta have clean nails.
Mm-hmm. 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 And she's got like a little pocket manicure kit.
Nero just looks over. He's like, "Oh, I forgot you were here."
Just gives you a weird side eye. And here the whole time.
Okay. So, yeah. You know the place. There's would be really good. Corey looks like he's having a internal conniption fit now. I have to roll a d2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna give into temptation, Core, or are you gonna be good? Core just takes a deep breath and he says, "There'll be time for that later." If I want it, but there'll be time for that later. All right. Anything else?
Nothing in particular. I'm hoping that it will be a bit simpler this time around than trudging through a jungle.
Well, to that I can say the arena's big. If she's staying well hidden, I mean, it won't be that simple. You know, a fair warning.
Did you hide her with supplies that would last her more than a few days?
Yeah. And again, as a street kid, she knows how to acquire more if necessary. And the arena, when it's not packed full of people, is pretty easy to sneak around and steal stuff.
Well, depending on his personality, and given what little I do know about Priya's background, he might be more sympathetic to helping us find her.
All right. Sounds like you get the reins of this and you have a good idea. I'll support you how I can.
Then to the 4th district we go. The carriage trundles along in the morning traffic of the bustling city of Geliath. You watch slowly over the course of your trip as the sun begins to rise into the sky, beginning to warm what was an otherwise chillier morning. Eventually, you will arrive at the 4th district, where the smells are unrivaled anywhere else, especially in that they are of the most unctuous, delicious things you have experienced. The streets are clear, the sidewalks are clear, and businesses are open. It is very clear at this time of day. Many people are outside at the cafes, sporting what you would probably consider to be slightly gaudy, maybe a little overemphasized, fur-trimmed puffball winter wear, which is the trend for this year. Think like Russian supermodel like winter wear, where like they'll have their midriff exposed, but they've got like the tall fur like hat, and the really billowy shoulders, but like their arms will still be exposed. It's not practical, but it looks good. If you like that sort of look, I suppose. The carriage driver will offload you, and then promptly get back onto the road, trying to pick up another fare. Where is the first stop?
How about Nero? This is your expertise. I'll leave it in your hands. I got some money from Pops if we need to spend it, though I don't imagine even expensive fish would be too expensive.
You just see Haba excitedly talking to himself. What? Oh, right, fish. This way. All right, I want to lead them towards someone for fish. I don't have a name, and I don't want to like make up a dumb food pun and force that into your game again.
I mean, that's sometimes all right. Well, I mean, so the food market for the 4th district is enormous. It is literally miles and miles of shops. So the trick is, what kind of fish do you want? There's a whole section dedicated to seafood.
Okay. Well, I want a big fish.
Oh,
Big fish.
The biggest fish.
The biggest fish? I don't know. I mean, now you're getting out of hand.
Just coming with like a shark.
Well, I
want to
mean-
do something.
All right, Core. Before we get into the
I
shenanigans,
want
what
to
would you
use
like?
my charisma token.
You want to know a fishmonger?
I want to know the biggest fishmonger.
The underground fish market.
Tell me why
Can I-
you know the biggest fishmonger.
Core loves food, and he gets himself into all sorts of just crazy things involving his occupation as a rogue and as a smuggler. And there's a long story involving the docks, involving a very funny and maybe eccentric merchant who has found themselves in the city, and this is just what they happen to specialize in, and they were a content decors in the past that was involved in a job where he was asked to acquire something for this individual. It was lucrative, but it was bizarre. And I think that's the story I'm going to be going with. If anyone can remember the details of that, this is going to be. But I just think it would be fun.
All right. First of all, Habanero, this is your place, so I would like you to still roll me a history check.
Okay.
We're gonna see about your contact.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Yeah, not too bad.
Okay, it's not bad. I mean, you're thinking big and grand. There is a section of the market where they hang up whole fish that are magically preserved. You typically don't go there because the prices are outrageously outlandish. So you typically stick to what most local cooks and restaurant workers do, which is where there are cut prepared choices to just purchase individually. There is a gentleman you are aware of that you can go get what you would call good fish from. Their name is Karam. Karam Adwani. Unsurprisingly, you met them through your restaurant work. They are a dwarf that has moved from Kendrasa here several decades ago and made their living here selling fish. They are more or less pleasant. They have a little bit of the dwarven edge to them, but they've always treated you nicely. And you know they've never really screwed you on a sale before.
Mm-hmm.
As for you, Core, Mr. I've spent a charisma token.
Well, I haven't spent it yet. I don't want to impede on Cider's scene.
No, it's fine.
You sure?
Yeah, no, dude, you're fine. Honestly, like, I was kind of thinking about cashing into charisma tokens, like, oh, I also know that guy.
You could if you want.
Are you cool with that, Core?
Right. Well, let's make this individual. I'll do it. I'll spend the charisma token because I want you to have something nice, or a complication.
Well, you guys, don't worry. You guys still have to roll.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what
So,
am I rolling here? D100.
So we need to generate what this lovely individual is. So I will want I'm gonna take a D100 roll from you, Core.
I'm waiting for the second one, and it's, oh yeah, the devil.
The fish devil.
Fish devil. Horrifying.
Fish Devil is their name, and they are a vampire who specializes in stir fried. Why do I know a vampire, Chef?
That is weird.
Sounds
especially
like your character.
He works exclusively with garlic because he hates himself.
That being said, I really need that D100 roll, Core.
Yeah.
All right. I thought you were doing things first. All right,
No.
about the D100.
No, I'm waiting on you.
Yeah, I eat it.
Alright.
Okay. That makes that something. And then from you, Habanero, a D Atawante.
Okay.
Okay. And now to go generate a sufficiently crazy name.
Oh, I had a name in mind.
I'm willing to hear suggestions.
What do you think about Pesky?
Pesky.
Pesci.
I would rather know what they are as far as like racials go.
They're a rock gnome.
They're a rock gnome.
They're a rock gnome.
Just grab like 5 spices and mix it together.
This isn't a barbecue rub. That's not how this works.
Okay.
Why did my mind go immediately to like rosemary and cayenne? It's like, oh yeah, their name is Roseanne. It's just Roseanne.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna create a sufficiently gnomish name. Give me a second.
There we go.
Gotta have at least 5 syllables.
That's how that works. It's the law. Maybe they just don't like each other instinctively on the level that halfling and gnomes can never be friends. It's the law of the world.
His name is Grimbleby. Fensbor. Chimera. Fimbimble. Bob and Jeg.
Yeah, that's a gnome name.
Where do you even start with that?
You just call him
Yeah.
TC.
You know it's a gnome name because you stopped bothering to really pay attention to the letters about halfway through.
Yeah, my good old friend Teppensborg, Chimera, Fimbledil, Babinjeg.
Yep.
You also know Finsbor, Chimera, Flimble, Bob and Jeg?
Uh-huh.
What a coincidence!
He runs the Devilfish.
Oh,
Yeah, sure.
yeah,
Yeah, we don't speak about the Devilfish.
right.
Can we
yeah.
just switch those? Can we just make it the Fish Devil?
The Fish Devil.
Like he's the Fish Devil?
It's his
He's the
title.
Fish Devil.
I'm
You have to
about
go
that.
to the edge of the dock, and then you have to toss in a red stone, and his shop will just emerge. He sells things out of a submarine.
Hey kids, want to buy some lich fish?
That sounds like a drug. It's probably a drug. It's a drug. It's a drug now.
It's a drug.
It's a drug. It wasn't until that moment, but it is now. It's a drug now.
Oh, gee. I was.
It's a drug. We've done it. We've added something meaningful to your setting, and I hope the other party gets their hands on it.
Do you remember remember ghost peppers that grow only in cemeteries? Oh, we need
Yep.
to get some. We need to get some of those.
Also a
over
big fan
here.
of that.
Yeah. All right. So it's really important, Corey. You know this. Do not look him in the eye. He takes that as a challenge.
Just, for the record,
I don't know
why.
run with this. Just run with this. Give me as
I
much
don't know
nonsense
why.
as you can.
Last time I was an accident. I was just trying to say hello, and he threw a fish at me, and then said I had to pay for it. Yeah, it was a lot. That was a really expensive fish. I think he might have actually screwed us out on that deal. He absolutely
He hates
did.
the color pink.
Yeah, I
I
don't
won't
know why. But
associate anybody who wears pink.
maybe that's
says
why
it,
my hair is pink.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he hates that.
Huh?
He says it says it brings the devilfish out of him, and all he can do is see red.
Should I wait outside?
Are you three doing a bit right now? Or...
No. He
Hadner's
was,
just, Hadner's just staring at them too,
insists-
like, what?
he
This is
insists
all
that
true.
on the way here from a far-off land, he was cursed by a siren that made him hate the color pink. That's what he says. Now, I don't believe a word that he says, but I don't know. With the amount of stock that he loses throwing them at people who have that color on, you think he'd go out of business.
Can we just skip all of this and just break into the arena? This sounds like way too much unnecessary work.
I don't think you understand.
No, I don't. I definitely do not understand.
Well, you know what? You're gonna learn today.
I don't
I
want
don't
to.
know if he's ready, Core.
That's the reason why I don't come to this district. It's for nonsense like this.
But you know what? Best damn sea bass I've ever eaten.
It's pretty good. He is insane, absolutely, but his product is top tier.
I saw him kill a man with a magic fish. Called it a fish blade. Not even a joke.
Really, I think he just.
Are you sure? All of this doesn't sound real to me. And I understand magic exists, and this doesn't sound real to me.
What?
You're
I
being
mean,
chased by a
have you ever seen a
10-foot woman
swordfish?
who has no nose.
Yeah.
And she travels by hair.
And that is significantly more believable than everything both of you said in the last 10 minutes.
Well, you know what? Maybe he knows something.
You ever heard of a wet fish?
That sounds made up. Just make our way back.
No, the scales are hard enough that I use them to sharpen my blade.
Don't look him in the eye and don't wear pink. Cursed by a siren will kill you with a fish.
I think you guys are just screwing around now.
Is that Dyer or Hatner?
That's Hatton.
Okay.
Well,
The DM knows you're screwing around.
Where do we find this fish devil?
Do we right at that point just hear some like vague yelling and the sound of a fish hitting someone
No.
Just
in the distance?
off in the distance. There's
I
a
mean,
stall.
like, you know, the narrative, you both think you hear it, although you have no business hearing it as the camera zooms out from you guys, pans over a couple of blocks into the fish market and down into this large burly half-orc getting absolutely just flabbergasted as he's backhanded slapped by a fish that is larger than the 3-foot tall gnome that's wielding it. And he just begins backing away on his feet and his palms, apologizing profusely as he gets up and runs away in a panic, and everyone else is just going about business as normal because they know better. And then we immediately cut back to their group going, oh yeah, we know where it is.
Yeah.
Alright, I need... Anybody got a hat? Core, can I borrow your hat?
Just this once. Because
Thank
I
you.
know how important this is.
I
I
hide
want
my
it
hat.
Court
Oh, of
takes
course,
his
of
hat
course.
off and passes his Jahaba, giving him this very, very firm look of like, you have to make sure that there's no hair showing.
Yeah, but
Hide
what
it.
about his eyebrow?
Pull the hat over your eyebrows.
I feel like I look like an idiot right now.
You know what? You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Cord pulls out a sack and then just puts it over his head.
You know what? No, wait. I have something for this. Actually, you can have your hat back.
How have you gone to him before? If you've, I don't
Yes,
get anything.
I've gone to him
I just don't get any of this. None of this makes any sense.
You'll learn quickly that a lot of stuff doesn't make sense in the world, and you kind of just got to roll with it, or else you're gonna have a bad time.
You know, aforementioned being chased by a crazy half-burnt lady in my dreams. I get it.
He might have something for that. He might have a
Right.
fish for that.
Why didn't we come to this guy in the first place if he just solves everything with his magical fish?
I don't really remember.
Yeah, just why hasn't he taken over the city?
Honestly, I kind of blocked out the memory until this very moment.
I don't know how much of what he actually says is true.
So you only remember the fish devil when you need the fish devil. Like he beckons to you, and you go, "Well, I guess I need to go to the fish devil now."
I guess that's exactly how that works.
This is either like he's either like a monster with a curse in the city and he's thriving off of it, or you guys are just completely full of shit. I can't tell what the difference is.
Could be both.
I'm actually willing to bet a little bit on both.
I'm gonna burn a second level spell slot to cast Alter Self.
To change your hair color.
Yes. I'm just gonna go with the more muted tone that Nero has.
There. Now you guys
It's like we
really
could be
look like
twins,
twins.
huh?
Yeah.
You've made this joke before.
So we make our way there after we're done just this.
You're just giving Hatner this look of like, I don't get it either.
Yeah, they're just you guys are just walking like side by side, just going.
I just
Shrugging.
wanted some high quality fish.
Yeah.
Just be careful of what you say to him.
You'll see soon enough.
I'll do you one better. I won't say anything. How about that?
Oh
you
no,
don't
that's
like that
much
Well, no,
worse.
don't do that.
That's
He doesn't
way
like
worse.
that. You have to at least keep conversation. He said if he gets bored, he starts hitting.
Well, I figured you guys would keep up the conversation.
He talks
know
with
him.
everyone at once.
All right. And you're supposed to be the people that know what you're doing.
So we make our way to the fish devil.
Yep. And you see an orc run by you, at a sprint, and you're pretty sure you see a large fish-shaped bruise on the side of his face.
So is
Guess we're on the right track.
that a good sign or a bad sign?
Does he feel better after he slapped someone with a fish, or is he angry after he slapped someone with a fish?
He's angry at himself because he's been trying to work on his anger issues, but like sometimes he fails and it just makes him really sad but angry at the same time. It's a vicious cycle.
That's weirdly depressing.
You seem to know a lot about the person, like just his personality.
He just says all these things to us. He's very open. Frankly, it's something I respect, but at the same time, terrifying.
Anyway.
Hatner just exhales real long as you guys wade your way into the fish market section of the 4th district, walking past many fine offerings of whole fish, fish cuts and fillets, fish to be butchered on the spot, frozen choices from all around the world. It's wonderful. Squid, all kinds of unusual undersea life. This place just pretty much has everything you can possibly imagine. But partway through, you see the large eclectic stand that uses to its fullest the gnomish engineering, where out front, up on a large metal crane, is dangling from a 20-foot long blade-nosed fish. And you can tell based off of the sheen of frost over its skin that it's being preserved. You currently see someone going through an exchange with the fish devil out of sight. And they just kind of they're talking a lot, nodding a lot, shaking their head suddenly a lot. Eventually you see an exchange of a small leather pouch, and then they are handed about a 6-foot long fish that is just literally like ejected from the stall itself into their arms. Which again is funny because the fish is roughly the same size as the person catching it, and they barely get it. But they get it, and without saying another word, begin like very rapidly walking down the street in your direction.
This is when we rob this guy, and we don't even go to see the dude.
Implying that this wouldn't be a TPK if we tried to fight him.
It would be this. How did you die? Well, you see, Slider and Don were allowed to make an NPC that we picked a fight with.
The fish did.
This is the secret boss fight that we'll come across 20.
Everybody got impaled on a swordfish. Anyway.
I'm just saying, don't mess with my NPCs, man. I level these bad boys.
I am going to be using him as a reference, probably. Anyway, so for
funsies, I did roll a d20 to determine his level. You guys shouldn't pick a fight with him.
Well, I will be using Size Him Up to determine things.
Don't do it. You'll look at it. You're staring at him in the eyes.
Well, I have to stare at his feet. That's the only way that you do it. It doesn't say I have to look him in the eyes. It says I can look at his feet and know how strong he is.
You can also just hold a conversation with him.
Yeah, I mean, you need to hold a conversation with him because you have to. You can't casually observe him from a distance. You can only do it when you're actually interacting with him.
So I guess
from 30 feet away.
In party approach.
And you see a large metal stall that is riveted together. Everything is kept immaculately clean. There is off to the side a large 12-foot tall glass case. And etched along the metal rim, you can see are just dozens of gnomish runes. And inside are whole fish on racks that you pull out like you might Actually, I don't have a good example. The racks that just literally you can pull out by a handle. And there are just all kinds of unusually colored, multi-thinned, multi-eyed, rainbow-scaled fish, just like hanging up. Just a huge offering of all kinds of things. Next to that is a raised countertop that is average for the normal humanoid, and then there is a walking ramp that leads you up. That so if you're of a smaller persuasion, you can be eye level. There is a glass window that goes up about 6 to 7 inches, and behind it you can see is just a workstation and a cutting board. In a series of several intricately made and organized gnomish instruments that both of you know are used for disassembling fish. There's no one behind the counter for a moment, and then jumping into view from ground level, so jumping up roughly 6 to 7 feet from ground level, is a 3 foot tall, middle-aged, and for middle-aged, I do mean probably somewhere between 400 and 600 middle-aged gnome, with vibrant teal-colored hair shaved in a way that it looks like a fishtail on the top. His eyes are salmon-colored. He has just spiraling sea serpent tattoos on both arms. He wears a cut-off shirt with an apron over top that is made of shining fish scales. And across his waist is a belt with just this wickedly sharp curved knife. The most plain-looking object in this whole stall. And when he jumps up and lands, he lands standing on his work surface and just slams his hands down on top of the counter.
Well, if it isn't my friend, Teppinsbor Kameri Fimblebabinjeg, Kor says without making eye contact, staring at his tattoos.
Yeah, cut the shit, Kor. What do you want?
It's not what I want, it's what my friend wants.
Looks over to Habanero. Which one of you?
Oh god. Both?
He said one of his friends. Not both.
That would be Haba. Haba wants to talk to you.
Oh god.
Which one's Haba?
That one.
That's not helping. They look identical.
Last time. I got rid of the pink hair. I know.
He squints at you.
That upsets you. Just out of character. He's the one with like, the giant 20-foot fish. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. How much for that? I'm just pointing at it.
He raises a big teal eyebrow at you. You think you can afford that? Haba? How much money do you have on you? Haba?
Enough.
Oh, all right,
yes.
fine. Then give me what you think it's worth. Right now.
Throw down 2 silver.
Get the hell out of here. I don't have time for this. Leave.
No, okay,
no fish
fine,
for you.
Fine. I pull out my wallet.
Are we serious now? Are we going to be serious now? I thought you were a jokester. I thought you were a ha-ha funny man. I thought you were here to tell jokes, not buy fish.
Okay. How... It's 50 gold.
This guy's awesome.
Fish. Yeah.
No. I'm talking to Haba. Weird identical twin boy. I'm not taking offers from you.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah. Wait your turn.
Haba holds out 50 gold. This is enough. Yes.
He blinks at you several times. Looks at Kor. Are these two serious?
I don't know if that's enough.
Who do you think I am? Do you think they call me the fish angel because I'm so generous? No, I'm not. Screw that.
You could be. If
Where do you think I
opened your
got this
heart.
fish? How hard do you think it was to catch this fish? It's like 20 times my size. How much work did you think I put in to catch this fish? And you offer me 50 gold. I
pull it
spit
out,
on your
another
50 gold.
100.
He spits on you.
Oh, I pull out another 100 gold.
You're just
150?
you're just not taking this seriously, are you?
I don't know with him. For all I know, he could absolutely be gouging me on the price. Or like we get the fish and then we look inside and it's fucking hollow. He's cut everything out. There's nothing.
This
I've
is
been looking at
bones.
it for a little bit. Can I insight?
Insight check him? Sure.
Sure.
I'll also give you the minute on the size them up.
Cool. First off, level of spell slots.
Level of spell slots.
Let's compare him to Claire, this is not a comparison I ever thought I'd ever have to. You know what? Yeah, let's go. Let's actually compare to Yelena. I'm sorry.
Okay. Equal.
Okay. This guy's got spells. This guy's got. Okay.
You guys did this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can I try and make a persuasion check?
Let me then see. Let's compare his intelligence to mine. Mine is a 16.
Superior.
Oh.
I don't like this. I'm intimidated.
As you should be.
I kind of want to see more of this guy, and therefore I want to I kind of want to steal the fish so we can see more of him in the future.
No, don't do that.
I did tell you not to fight him, and you're picking a fight with him. Are you sure that's what you want to do?
Maybe down the road, not right now.
All right, back.
You guys want a TPK? Because that's how you get a TPK.
Okay.
Against the
out of
fish
character.
devil.
Insight. I want to know how much does he think this fish is worth?
Significantly more than has been offered to him. He's actually legitimately been insulted on both offers so far.
Okay. Core is going to interpose here, I think. Since he did ask him a question.
Mm-hmm.
Core is going to say, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's done.
Yeah, you're right.
And
he
clearly,
is.
Yeah, clearly, this is out of his price range here.
Uh-huh.
But we do need something, and I guess you are the best, and I guess this is what he's got, and I don't have that much more than that. So that's what we're looking for. That's about what our price range here is. So we're looking for something that is quality, but within our range. It doesn't need to be this big Hulk and Goliath that I know that you have generously wrestled out to put on the market here for this undeserving slice of town.
Literally. I was even planning on selling it to Claygor. I was seeing if anyone was dumb enough to try to outbid the man. So you need a fish, and you need not to be a rich, hoity-toity person trying to pretend like you can actually afford the better fish here, yeah? You need something good? Not great? A little cheaper side? Haba?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if I can bring your attention over here to my fridge selection, we can probably find something for you. Do you have a regional preference?
Preferably something from the oceans around Kartor.
And who the hell are you?
Yelena, a pleasure.
That's yet to be seen. So far, you are much more better mannered than the other two idiots that have been speaking to me. Kartor. Okay, we have two choices here. So, we have from the West Coast the dark scaled albacore. It's pretty well sought after. It's a big sale in the capital city on that coast. And he points to a large, I guess comparatively it's small, but it's a 4-foot long, very dark scaled, like dark blue scaled fish. And it's just got these big, unnatural yellow eyes, and these 2 little, like, wavy antennae on the front of its face that are just kind of, dangling loosely now that it's no longer alive. Or the rainbow marlin from the East Coast, which is this beautiful specimen right here. And he gestures to the center of the fridge, where there is a 7-foot long, another blade-nosed fish that's much sleeker than the one that's on the crane display. And when the light hits it, you can see the sheen of its skin shift from just one color to the other 7, and then back and forth.
Does Yelena know if the tribe tends to frequent one coast more than the other?
With the 17, they frequent the East Coast more than the West.
I think the rainbow fish is probably better for what I'm looking for.
Well, kind of want both. Out of character, I kind of want both. one for me, and the other.
Jeez, Dyer just has that look of like, I'm going to kill you in real life, and then I'm going to kill your character.
So you don't know what you want. You just came here with no idea what you wanted. I mean, you wanted that, but you had no idea you couldn't get that because you're poor. So what do you want? What can you afford? Again, I ask you, how much do you have to spend?
Core will pull out his wallet here, which is I think 37 gold pieces, 32 silver, and 23 copper pieces. This is kind of what he has here. And then Core will also say, and as always, there is some say so about the city if you happen to be interested in the type of stuff.
Kind of say so. What do you say?
Thinks it could affect business.
I'm listening.
So, the mess that we've gotten ourselves in involves some really freaky things. We got a hag problem.
How many hags?
Right now, we got 2 confirmed, but there's probably a coven involved.
2 aren't a problem for me. If you confirm the coven, then come back.
All right, I will. But I'll also let you know that they got a lot of freaky things in the city. These, call them strawmen. People scarecrows. Like to take the ship with anything. Wear green cloaks. Typically. Kind of freaky. They're all over the place. Might even be here. Keeping an eye out on things.
Noted. I'll stab any person with a green cloak.
Core thinks upon this, and then decides it's not his problem anymore.
Right. So how about?
Can I Sorry. Can I have a persuasion?
Yeah. I'll sit on it for a second.
Okay.
How's your gambling problem?
Going better than my anger management problem, Haba. How do you think it's going? Great, actually. I'm going to therapy now. Therapist, really nice. We talk a lot.
That's
more than I talk to you.
really good.
You don't come by that often. That actually makes me very sad. And when I'm sad, I get angry. Why didn't you come visit me more? Other than the fact that you have stupid pink hair that I hate to see. And the fact that your weird brother never talks. I hate it. And that makes me angry. And I talk to my therapist about this all the time. A lot of customers just go, hey, fish devil, how are your fish? But they never ask, How are you, Fish Devil? It upsets me so much.
How about a little wager? If we lose, I'll pay double for both the fish. If not, then you give both for half.
How about,
Hey,
Katie, do you have the money to afford that?
You don't even know the prices yet. That's the best
Yeah.
part. All right, I would love to get you indebted to me. Sure, why not? I don't even think about it. Let's go. Well, what's the bet?
right,
Come on, slave boy.
does anybody have like any like cards or something like that?
Core is just going to say, just flip a coin.
Oh, I can't alter the effects of a coin flip. I can't cheat with a coin.
Actually, funny story. You know, you did not that long ago have an interaction with a particular god who has a thing about luck. Just saying. If you wanted to try to call in a favor, favor for a favor deal. You know how that works.
Yeah.
Just
All right, yeah, we'll call in a favor.
Oh, okay. So you're just gonna do a low key, like, you know what? Here, instead of just finagling with this, just we're gonna do classic fate dice roll. That's all we're gonna do. We're gonna do classic fate dice roll.
All right, yeah.
The gods of luck are at the very least Tyrek is a lot easier to reach than many other gods. So you just gotta not completely suck with it, and we might get something. Wow.
Pretty good.
Hava's just like, if I can roll a heads 5 times in a row, you'll give me both of these fish for free. And he's like, you got a deal. You can roll the coin. And he's like, son of a.
Yeah. Well, there's just a moment where it's just like, all right, slave boy, what's the game? And everything freezes.
What is like a typical card game that I would have known when I was younger, traveling?
I mean,
with my caravan.
We don't get ultra fancy. I mean, if you want a fancy card game, we can get you a fancy card game. Otherwise, poker is just kind of the standard.
Okay.
The standard play.
Yeah. Like poker or blackjack or something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's a little known fact. Hava's actually quite the card shark, and all that. So, yeah.
All right. As you consider the game type, not fully knowing exactly what's being committed to, you realize you might need a little luck on your side. And in that weird moment where the fish devil has you hard stare down with his salmon-colored eyes, you realize he's stopped blinking. And then that's when you realize everything around you stopped moving as well, including all of your companions. And then popping up from behind the counter, wearing a fishmonger's apron, is a gold-haired, gold-eyed god of bad luck, Tyrek.
Oh,
hello, my friend.
Hello.
It seems as if you have found yourself in yet another situation where I could be of great help to you.
Yeah, a little bit.
So
I really need to stop getting in debt with gods.
you really should, but the good news is it's at least only with me. I mean, have you been making deals with other ones?
Not that I know of.
You
but
should.
I'm not going to say no.
You really should know.
Yeah.
Because that's not bad luck, that's chaos, and you really don't want to toy with it. I'm actually trying to give you some advice here. And that's for free.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. That being said, you're engaging in a bit of a risky situation with a bit of a crazy gnome. So, you want to stack your odds a little? Yeah?
What's the, before I agree to this, what's the other side? What do I owe this time?
I tend to keep it very simple. It just is a favor to be paid in the future.
How many favors is that now?
If you agree to this one, it would be 2.
Oh, was Nero not counted in the last one?
Well, actually, the last one was specifically for him. Given, unfortunately for you, your arms are a little scrawny and you would have been incapable of actually succeeding at what was being asked for. So this would actually just make it a 2-for-1 deal. It would even things out.
Sure.
All right.
Yep.
Then,
Shake his hand again.
Yep, he'll extend a hand over the countertop. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Do me a favor. Allow him to shuffle the cards. Don't lay a hand on them. Allow him to deal and do everything. And
Okay.
rest assured, luck always finds a way.
Got it.
I'll be seeing you, friend. Good luck out there.
I know. Yep. Thank you.
And like a weirdo that he is, he drops behind the fishmonger's counter and vanishes. And then suddenly, you just have TC staring hard at you over the countertop again, and the sound of everyone bustling in the marketplace comes back, like someone turning off the mute button on the TV. Poker, huh? Half price. All right. I shouldn't. Therapist said I shouldn't, but I'm gonna make you a slave, boy, and you, boy. Let's go.
I'll let you shuffle and deal. Just so you know, I'm not pulling
So you can't
anything
cheat?
over your eyes.
You cheater? You sound like a bit of a cheater. You look like a bit of a cheater.
What? Do I look like I've never done anything bad in my life?
Yes. At least that one. And he looks at
Just
Nero.
1,000-yard stare of Nero.
Yeah.
And in his defense, I don't possibly see how he can cheat if you're the one who's divvying it, dealing, and everything.
Oh, not now. Not now. Before. If he was dealing, I would have thought he was cheating the whole time.
Okay, fair.
I was still going to beat him, but I still thought he was cheating. Okay. And he, still standing on his workstation on the top of the glass display, just begins shuffling the cards. And will eventually just deal out a 5-card hand.
I like to think he's very sanitary. He just like makes sure that he pulls out like the cleaning supplies and everything too.
He's constantly prestidigitating things. But he deals out a 5-card hand to each of you, to you first, and then to him. And near as your passive perception can tell, he was handling the deck pretty cleanly. No shenanigans. And when you pick up your cards and flip them over, it is a royal flush. Spades.
Huh. Would you look at that?
He picks up his hand, looks at it, squints at it really hard, squints at you over his cards, drops 2 cards, picks up 2 cards. All right.
Pair twos.
Flop him, pretty boy.
How you want to make things a little bit more interesting?
Like how?
I'll quadruple price or free.
Or like actually like makes a sound that a halfling should probably not make. It kind of like gives Yelena this look of like, oh my god, this guy's lost his mind.
She's like already kind of glancing outside, seeing what other fish stores she can go to.
Yeah. Well, like at this point, Hadnor was like really interested in that, and then Haba does that, and he just throws up his hands and walks away. He just walks away. He leaves without a word.
Cora like just mutters to Yelena like, what is he doing?
I mean,
Shrugs.
Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, the way I see it, you're in all the advantage here. Really, I'm doing a disservice to myself by making this offer.
Roll a
I'm feeling
persuasion
little
check.
lucky today.
Roll a persuasion check, but no help from Nero. It's just you.
Got it. Oh God.
Better double down.
He gives you another big fish-eyed squint. No, those aren't the terms we agreed to. Yeah, you're not
That's
going to
fair,
make
and
me.
I'm sorry-
You're
I'm
not.
sorry for
You're
trying to
not going to make me
exploit
dip
your,
back into my gambling problem
right.
twice.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not. All right.
Mhm.
Whatever. Fine. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Mhm.
All right.
Flop him, pretty
I'm
boy.
done. Yeah. Roll of flesh.
Yeah, like he slams down. He's got a full house, and then he sees your hand. And he just stares at you, and then he immediately picks up the deck and begins going through it.
I thought you were gonna say he picks up a knife.
He picks up the deck and begins going through it, trying to find something's off. There's a pulse of magic that ripples through the air, which looks like a detect magic spell. And then after like a solid 2 minutes of him fuming and cards flying everywhere, he just stops. All right. Well, the 2 fish at half price for the gentleman. Swell.
How much? How much do I owe you?
You owe me 225 gold pieces.
Really?
Ass. Do you
Can I
think
make an
I
insight
get my
if he's- if he-
reputation for exotic fish by selling cheap fish?
Can I like insight this to make sure like he's not like, oh yeah, I'll give it a half price and then double the price before he's agreeing to it?
Yeah, you can
In
insight
his
check.
mind.
Sounds like he's being honest. And he has a reputation in the market for not gouging prices. He charges the worth of the fish based off of how difficult they are to get for the area you're in.
Also, out of character, you are 2 fish. So
It is too.
Yes. I know I'm being selfish. I want some new ingredients. And this is cool. I like it. I'm willing to spend my own personal money on this.
Do you want the 2 fish or not?
Deal's a deal, and
All right.
I'll shake his hand.
He won't touch your hand.
Oh. All right, I'll throw down 225 gold pieces. Drops me to 70 gold.
He takes your money. It vanishes into a box behind the counter. And you see him just wave a hand. The large glass door swings open. And the 2 fish aforementioned on metal rods with articulated gripping hands extend. And he just points. Take your fish. Good luck carrying them though, nerd.
By the way, how long's the magic for preservation last on these
10 days.
dead boys? 10 days?
10 days.
Got it.
Yep.
Can I make?
Nope.
Am I assuming it's like the same kind of like enchantment like that Nero has on his greatsword
Yes.
kind of thing?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet, cool.
Hor makes his way over, kind of looking at the scene, kind of saying, "Okay, we done here, you 2?
Yeah.
I did not expect that."
Well, I used to be pretty good with cards. Still am, turns out.
Oh, I got something else. For you.
For me?
You heard about the plague going around, right?
No.
That's to our devilfish friend.
Which one? A lot of plagues going around.
The one that apparently is coming out from the outer wall down in the second district, they're having a lot of trouble dealing with it. Apparently, magic is not doing a thing against it really,
Hmm.
causing some problems.
Unfortunate for those people.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, you know how those things are; they tend to spread real fast.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Yep.
so about the problem I mentioned about the hags and all that.
Yep. I mean, your problem, not my problem. Go,
I
continue.
know. Yeah. Do you mind keeping an ear out? Because it's not it's less about me, more about kids going missing across the street.
Yep. I mean, if anyone comes to me going, I'm buying fish for hags, I'll make sure to send you a letter, Core. Or if I see any men with green cloaks that I stabbed in their filled with straw, I'll also let you know.
Can I roll a persuasion to kind of drive the point a little bit?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Sure. Let's blow inspiration on this. Let's
And a
roll D4.
D4, yeah.
That's a 27. Cora kind of like looks at him and says, "Listen, you know that I wouldn't be getting myself involved with something so messy unless I really, 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 really meant it."
Yeah. And I've had to cut you out of a fish before. You're right.
Yeah, I'm thankful for that.
Yeah.
I'm really thankful for that.
Mm-hmm. You should be.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. I'll keep an ear to the ground. If I
Alright.
hear any whispers of any ugly things doing weird things with children and people and straws and sticks and things, I'll let you know.
Alright. Appreciate it. That's
Yep.
it.
Don't bring those
Pleasure
two
doing
back here.
business.
I don't like them
Alright,
now.
you got it. You like their cooking, though.
I don't know about that. I certainly don't like their hair color anymore. I liked it better when it was pink.
They hear you. They hear you insult your cooking. Their cooking.
Alright, let's go.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, I can almost say the same. Next time, maybe I'll agree.
Nods, walks out.
You guys created this monster.
Created a monster.
Well, Cora's also just like, well, you know, there's an off chance that he just solves the problem for us.
He does have 10 class levels, so.
The night hag's just like, and now this child is hiding in the fish stall, and he just comes and he's just selling night hag.
Yeah, I would actually like to imagine, like, you guys just find a pair of night hags skewered on the end of a swordfish left outside of the orphanage.
There's like, it's a good system. It operates itself. It takes care of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Slap chop.
Now, out of character. I want to. Well, no, I think we can have this conversation in character. Yelena, now I know you were thinking of saving the Rainbow Marlin as a tribute, but who's to say they wouldn't want something a bit more exotic from where they're not from, but still in the same sea?
I'm not particularly sure how much time they even spent with the tribe, if any.
Hmm.
I figured something that would remind them of home. Considering how much of a name they've made for themselves in the city, I don't imagine that they have been with them for a very long time.
Hmm.
It's
That's fair.
it's a really nice looking fish. And look, I know that guy is really something else, but it is it's legit. And the other reason I wanted to go there is that guy is, well, it's good to have at least someone you know who is a bit reliable, who might take this a little seriously. Because there's a chance that if something ends up in his neck of the woods, that it'll cause problems with them. I have to cast a net. That's part of what that is. You never know.
Well, shall we start making our way to the arena?
Mhm.
Yeah. Hold on. Calling back to my friend again. Would they? I know they really like Octopus. Would they
Mhm.
have any? Would they have any? Maybe hookups with the like
Mm.
any of the teams or any of the stuff like that?
You don't know. They're a big fan, but that's like asking, the person who owns season tickets, do they know one of the basketball players personally? You know,
That's fair. Yeah.
you don't know. You could go ask, but the odds
Uh,
are not super.
we'll tell Jolene about this later. That's probably for the best. Out of character. What are the ingredient dye sizes and whatnot from these fish?
They are both large creatures, so
Mhm.
they will be D8s. If you keep both, it will be 4D8. Otherwise, each fish is 2D8.
Okay. Um, I'll take the not the rainbow marlin. What was the name of the other one again?
Hang on. I was making up so much crap as I was going along, I forgot.
It was
It's
really
fine.
good.
No, that was
I
really. I
really
really
enjoyed
like that scene. I want to go on a side quest and go fishing with him
Dark
and
scale
have like a
trout.
Moby Dick esque adventure. What?
Dark scale trout.
Dark scale trout. Got it. I'll keep the dark scale trout. This will be for later.
For the
I
record,
look forward to it.
Nero has to haul both of these things, and they're heavy.
Yeah.
One, the trout's 4 feet long. The marlin is 6 feet long. And they ain't light. In this afternoon light, he's starting to sweat.
Sweat glistening off of his skin.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, Core has. I don't think that sack is big. How big is a sack? Hang on. It's definitely not big enough for a 6-foot tall thing, but maybe we can make things a little easier for you.
Is the restaurant that you two work at close enough that you could drop one of those off so you're not carrying it the entire day?
Possibly, but I don't trust Farron. He'd probably end up just selling this and then not giving us a cut of. He's done it before.
Or straight up just using it.
Yeah.
And being like, what fish?
Literally, yeah. No, I don't trust that guy. We'll see. Maybe we might even end up needing both fish. So
You know what? Let's just get a proper bag while we're here. That's the easiest answer to this. That way, things are easier.
that works.
Would we be able to buy like proper carrying equipment for these fish in the areas that actually deal with food?
A cart?
Something like that. Like just for 2 fish, it doesn't have to be a cart. It could
No,
just
like,
be
well,
like
I was thinking like a little hand cart.
hand cart could be good, but also like I don't know, even if it's just like a big bag.
I mean,
Even if it looks like we're carrying them in a body bag.
one of these fish is like the size of a Stella.
Yes.
Yeah.
This fish
It's
is,
not
yeah.
something you typically carry in a backpack.
Yeah, let's get a hand cart.
You can purchase, like straight up purchase a hand cart for a gold, or you can rent it for 3 silver. You just gotta.
Let's just buy it for gold. I'll subtract it from it. Apparently, I have a little bit more money than I thought I did. Yeah, I
Alright.
have way more money than I thought I did.
You stole Hatter's money.
I do have his money, don't I?
You do.
That does remind me. Core looks towards Hatner, and as he's doing this, he says, "Hey, Hatner,
Yeah.
I just remembered. Back at that one hideaway here. Did you have a nest egg?
Yep. Figured I'd lost it.
I have it on me.
Oh.
I had my own coins as well. Uh, let me. Do you remember exactly how much you had roughly?
He stops and tries to think. That is not a good number.
Can I
It was
also roll
somewhere around.
a?
It was somewhere around 20 gold, I think.
Can I also roll a int check to try to remember?
Sure. I think I have the note for it somewhere. Let me just find.
I had 32 silver pieces, 23 copper pieces, and then I don't know how much gold there was.
My brain is telling me. My brain was telling me it was 22, but I'm not entirely certain. He said, "Let me see if I can't find the exact note." Might even be in the roll 20. I know I physically wrote it down somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. I really need to get 3 separate notebooks for each game I run. Because right now I'm sharing one notebook for 3, and the notes get a little out of hand. Well, I mean, there's Grusk. You went there after Grusk. Um, I ain't got Jack, apparently.
Okay. We can say it's 22 gold pieces. I think that's roughly right, anyway. Core will say I think it was 22. Let me give you what's yours. I'm gonna subtract 32 silver pieces, 23 copper pieces, and I'm gonna subtract 22 gold pieces from my sheet.
Okay.
I also have 33 gold pieces in the bank at the moment.
In the
Yeah, I had money that I basically put away with an account
Mhm.
that I've been keeping track of on the side. Core has like all his money organized in like specific like denotations. So Core will pass it all off to Hatner.
He will, with a little bit of surprise, accept it. Honestly, didn't think I'd see it again.
I try to be honest, and we were really, really looking around trying to see if we could do anything here. I happened to find it tucked away. It was a good place to put it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you got it back.
It's something I could just steal again if necessary. I mean, let's be honest. The Wonder Twins over there just spent enough gold to feed a couple hundred families in the slums, so all I have to do is go rob someone like them, and, well, I'm fine again, you know?
Nah, I get it. Core just laughs a little bit and just says it's hard out there.
Always be worse.
Yeah, you could be on fire.
Yes.
Core buys the handcart.
Handcart salesman is just very polite about giving it to you, but is also weirded out by this conversation you've just had with this young child this whole time.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
You all have a good day. Thank you for stopping by Asvard's handcarts.
Appreciate
So where are we going now? No, we've got 2 expensive fish and a handcart. Some mild psychological trauma.
Well, I don't know if these lot have any detours they want to make along the way, but I'm fine to head straight to the arena.
I promised myself I'd behave and not get anything to eat while I'm here.
Oh, speaking of which, one last thing. I want to get some ghost peppers. If that's cool with you. There.
Mm-hmm. You're in the food district. You should go buy some food.
Yeah, I want to get some ghost peppers. How much would ghost peppers run me?
How many ghost peppers do you want?
I want enough for at least an ingredient die or 2 for me, and then some to give to Core to do degenerate things with, like mixed with holy water.
Yeah, I got you. So you can make your holy pepper spray. Well, do you want 1 ingredient die or 2 ingredient die?
What will be the price for 2 ingredient die?
For 2, it's going to run you 5 gold.
Just 5 gold?
Yep. You're just buying pepper. You're just buying peppers.
Let me go for like 3 then. And we'll go 3. I'll spend 15 gold. Well, 20 actually, because I'll take 3 ingredient die and then I'll give 1 to Core, maybe 2. We'll see.
20 gold worth of peppers, like $200 worth of peppers.
Yeah.
I am a big money spender.
Yeah, this man went to the Whole Foods and just walked up to the counter with all the jalapeno peppers.
You forgot that I got the robe of useful items, and I just got money.
He did get a lot.
I got so much money out of that thing.
So much money that he spent most of it on the magic item right away, and then still had tons left. That's fine. Don't invest it. It's fine. It's okay. You mean you don't want a high interest savings account?
No. The savings account is the bed, the mattress. All right. Yeah. So I'll spend 20 gold for 3 peppers.
I mean, that isn't how the math's out, but I understand what you're.
Oh, for 3 ingredient die, and then 1 for Core, or like however much that'll give me. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're buying like a whole bushel of peppers.
Okay.
For the sake of simplicity, it's going to be like 5 gold. It's gonna be like 5 silver a pepper. So you're buying like 40 of these.
Yes. Got an idea for a chili oil of sorts with these. Should hopefully pair well with that trout.
Doesn't sound bad to me. I don't like fish either, and that sounds good.
Okay. I'm assuming these things are just like D6s or something.
Yeah, they're D6.
Okay. Cool. All right. So that brings me up to 2d8 and 3d6 and 1d4. Got it.
All right. Habanero have done their shopping.
Core, we got something for you.
What? Oh, wow. Why did you buy so many?
You'll see. But I had some for you. You were talking about you wanted some ghost peppers, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. For that idea.
Yeah. Oh, here you go. And I hand him 5 gold pieces worth of ghost peppers.
10 ghost peppers.
Yeah.
Jeez. How much does this cost you?
About 20 gold for all these.
Core just like takes a deep, sharp inhale when you say 20 gold pieces with this, and he like looks at it, and then just like looks at this, and his eyes just kind of shift over to Hatner, and you could just tell how much it hurts him.
Hadner just turns and keeps walking and goes, "You have a problem."
Right. That is do I want to buy a right, so we got some peppers, we got some fish. I feel like we
The
need
hobbit.
we need something to round this out for a meal.
Want some leafy greens you can saute.
Some leafy greens. I was thinking maybe some type of rice or something.
Yeah, I mean that's doable.
We'll go with some greens.
This rice is laced in gold.
Saffron, literally saffron rice.
I mean that is a more realistic comparison to make. Yes, saffron ain't cheap, yo.
Oh, it's extremely expensive.
Yeah, it is. IRL saffron ain't cheap, but hot damn if it isn't good with fish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get something like just equivalent to that.
Oh, you gonna go get you some rice and some saffron? I can respect that.
Yeah.
Like,
are you just like
we arrived there and he's found the child themselves.
Mm-hmm. How many servings are you looking?
Just enough to fill up the last ingredient die.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's gonna be another 5 gold.
Okay. Yeah.
D6.
Excellent. Right. Right, and with that, I'm done.
All right. As Habanero drag you guys all around the food market, which honestly, it's not a terrible experience. Imagine just a super large farmers market. So there are like small free samples that are being given out at certain places. There are performers. It's actually a really nice experience this early in the morning. It's just like you look at some of the prices of things and you just go, nope, no way, can't do that. Eventually, once it's all said and done, though, I'm assuming you guys are going to catch a carriage to go to the 7th district, where the arena is.
Yeah.
Oh, is the arena in the 7th? I thought it was in the 4th for some reason.
It is in the 7th.
This is with the arena where we have Iron Chef, Yelena. We have to go to the Octopus Arena, not the Iron Arena.
That is a different arena, I think.
I would love that though, to like force you guys to be like sous chefs in a cooking battle.
So I mean, there are chef battles that exist.
Yeah, remember, this is extreme cooking. If you fail to impress the judge, the loser gets their head cut off with a giant butcher's blade.
Yep, and you become the next secret ingredient.
Oh.
We really got to set the stakes very high.
You become the ingredient die.
Okay.
Oh. You know what? Hang on. I think I do have contrast. Lena, you're right. The document says it's in the 4th district. But I have a map, and I think the map might be in a different district, and I have to go decide which is.
By the way, would we be cool once we get settled in with the carriage, with either carriage rider before we arrive, taking a quick break?
Yes, I was actually just about to announce that.
Okay.
Cool. And Yelena, you are correct on all fronts. It is in fact in the same district. It is in the 4th.
Yeah.
Both the map and the document. I think what happened is that I had set it in the 7th when I wrote the document, but the map it was in the 4th, so I remember switching. So it is in the 4th. So actually, the good news is you don't have very far to travel. I mean, if you're on foot, it's still like an hour of walking. But yeah, we will take our first break there. And we can take a 5 to 10 minute break. If you need the extra time, take it. If not, we'll just begin when everyone's returned. So come back around 55 past.
Got it.
Okay, I'm gonna go make some coffee.
I'm gonna make some coffee, all that good stuff. All right.
We will be right back.
Oh, Dyer.
Yes, Don.
I'm gonna pass off something interesting that Quinn found on the side.
Okay.
It is a D&D resource. It is Unearth Arcana.
I mean, I might have seen it already, but go on.
Draconic options.
This is recent.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
Very-
something to look at after the session's done. All right, I'm gonna get coffee.
Yar. I'm gonna go do something.
Yes.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello. I was just reading the new Unearthed Arcana.
Same.
And the thing that I am most pleased about is the fact that they have finally accepted the fact that Dragonborn breath weapons by themselves are just kind of bad. But when you can use it to replace one of your attacks, much better.
Can't believe Don killed my dragon character this weekend.
I almost killed another Din dragon with fall damage. This was
Probably
a
stop
10-foot
that.
drop on a death save.
I got knocked unconscious in the air and hit for a crit on the way down.
Oh.
The one of my teammates featherfalled me so that I didn't die.
Oh, that's nice of them.
And then the main boss used a legendary action to Ray of Frost me while I was down and killed me.
Oh. No longer nice.
Is at max range too.
So, does that happen often?
Kill players.
Killing characters? Yeah.
Not often, actually.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, on a scale of like 1 to 10, 1 being not often and 10 being often, how often does that happen?
The last character who died in the campaign that was a player character. If we don't count the thing that we ran with you, because the last one that I remember actually dying was the other Maneki from fall damage during the thing that I ran with you.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, what was it, Quinn? Would it have been Tyr?
I think it would have been. If you're not counting all the King Nothing stuff.
Yeah, I'm not counting the King Nothing stuff. Yeah, no, I think it would have been the last time that a character died. It would have been like they're level 14 right now. The last time a character needed to be like legitimately resurrected was level 5 or 6, something like that. I can't remember exactly what, but the combat encounter was it was a frost salamander and a bunch of magmans, and the way that the combat ended up working was the frost salamander ambushed them, breath weaponed them, exploded a bunch of magmans around them because they were opposed to one another. The magmans exploded, dealing AoE damage when they died, and then they also hit the frost salamander with with fire damage. And the frost salamander has a feature on it that allows its breath weapon to recharge automatically if it takes
Mm-hmm.
fire damage.
Mm-hmm.
Completely unintended. So a player was killed not by the breath weapons, but by one of the magmans deciding to just the people's elbowing them when they were down. It was it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that is pretty brutal. Also, weird side note: the kobold ability on this document is very hilarious to me narratively. They get a ability called Draconic Roar, which is almost like the Zealot Barbarian's ability, except it's just advantage on attack rolls against any enemies that your allies, if your allies hear it. And but it's a kobold ability, so it's just this kobold shrieking, and then everyone going, "Hell yeah, let's kill these guys!" And it's very funny.
Oh man, I want all of these spells on my sorcerer, but sorcerer spell list.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, you could always take a downtime to see if you could do something with that in the campaign, but like that's other talk.
I think my favorite thing is that I made a 4th level spell that's Novice Draconic Empowerment, which is basically weaker Draconic Transformation, more focused on giving a sorcerer some melee capabilities.
Funny how things work. As far as I mean, player character deaths don't happen very often. NPC deaths though are a little bit more frequent.
I mean, that one doesn't surprise me,
It only happens when I run an NPC.
Honestly, it feels like that.
You know, it's also like it's not surprising if only because like, NPC deaths can be used as narrative tools.
Uh-huh. I'm talking strictly, like, not cinematic. I'm talking, like,
Oh, just by the numbers it happened.
Just by the numbers of, here's a combat encounter. Well, that was unfortunate. They stopped one last fight by countering a power word kill.
Oh, that's always good. Just
That's
a quick side check. Greg, are you back?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I thought I said it.
I'm trying to remember who the last character who actually died during a session was.
Garrick, maybe?
Might have been Garrick. Garrick's died like twice. And before that, I think it might have been Aiden. I have to really think on that. Oh wait, no. The fight against the Demon King. The one allied NPC got killed by the Demon Light.
Oh, shoot.
Right. Anyway, we're all back.
Yeah. Anyway, enough about my campaign talk.
More about this campaign talk. We're doing social stuff.
Yes. Okay, so it's in the same thing here.
It is in the same
that's
district.
Good. That's
yeah.
a nice catch.
It's just all the way
Very
south.
nice. Very nice catch, Quinn.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's still like what, around noon-ish by now.
It is. But 11 o'clock.
Yeah, so we'll probably get there. You know, noon 1-ish area, depending how long it takes.
If you decide to just hoof it and walk, it'll take you about an hour. If you want to catch a taxi or a carriage, you can reduce that time by about 70%.
Well, we just bought a cart for the fish, so that'd be really awkward to just immediately get into a carriage. Plus, they'd probably charge us extra for the 2 massive fish that we're carrying.
Almost
Yeah.
certainly.
You already spent a lot of money. I don't think it's too much of an issue to just hoof it there.
We'll do what adventurers do out in the wilderness and walk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the same district, so...
Well, fine. Then the group of you strolling through the streets of the 4th District enjoy the sights, sounds, and smells of this very luxurious district that few people can afford to actually live in. You eventually arrive with the Octopus Arena in all of its grandeur, just dwarfing everything around it in front of you. The structure is 15 stories tall, with wrapping bands of metal and cement around the exterior, and creating what is a shell for what is called the Pearl, which is the actual arena, which is a magical reinforced glass sphere filled to the brim with water, where the Octopus players play their games. It is very clear that nothing is going on currently here. There are pretty much no people here, other than the occasional tourists that are just sort of like cruising by and like admiring, what is this just grand piece of architecture, and then just security staff in abundance, which are you see varying races, all relatively large and well built, that wear a tabard over a set of scale mail that has the Geliath Gold Rushers logo emblazoned on it, which is the town's, the city's home team, and the team that the owner of the arena also owns. how do you want to make your approach? What is the plan?
I think we're gonna let Quinn actually take the reins on this one because she's the one who wants to be the face for this. Core's got to keep his eyes peeled for everything here, as he promised. So I'm content with just rolling a perception check.
Okay.
Maybe Hatner wants to help out with this. I don't know.
Well, like I said, Hatner isn't entirely certain what the whole plan is because it's been part piecemeal. So Hatner's just going to ask the question is, all right, so Yelena's going to go in and talk to the owner, hopefully. Do we use that as a distraction to break in and try to find Priya? Or are we just actually hoping by the good graces of Yelena's ability to speak that we are just given free reign of the place?
I'm hoping for a similar situation to what we had in the academy. But if I should not be able to get his cooperation, then you can use my speaking with him as a distraction.
So are we waiting for a signal, or do we just go in when you go in?
I think we can go in as a group.
Yeah, unlike the twins and I, Yelena's not a dope. We'll get this done.
All right, I guess I'll see.
You will.
Against everything in her mind and body about what she wants to do, Yelena is going to take off her winter coat and just be in her dancer garb as she approaches.
Mhm.
She's also going to cast Eagle Splendor on herself to give her advantage on charisma checks for the next hour.
Let me just see real quick. You're going to immediately be approached by one of the patrolling guards here. This individual is about 6 feet tall. They have perfectly white pearlescent skin. Their eyes are unnaturally red, and they have bright, like sky blue hair, and it's just tucked underneath this gold helm, this gold lobster tail helm that they wear. Honestly, there's really no even guessing or figuring, or like no doubt what this person is. In my setting, as they're called, a Nazald, or as D&D is traditionally called, an Azima. He walks up and approaches you with a very nice smile, raises a hand. So, what can I do for all of you fine folks today?
Pleasure. I am hoping to meet with Tarek Simmond. I wish to apologize. I had a meeting with him yesterday that I was unable to attend due to other matters.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. He was none too pleased.
Yes, and I would like to make things right as soon as possible.
Well, I'm gonna take a stab in the dark here and assume you don't have an appointment arranged.
Unfortunately not, though I don't intend to take up much of his time.
All right. I can go check with him and see if he'd like to see you.
I think that would be helpful. If you can, tell him that we come bearing gifts.
Very well. If you all give me a moment, and just wait here next to the gate, I'll return shortly. And he leaves at a jog. And you do notice partway along his absence, another guard sort of arrives near the gate. Because it's fun randomly generating races. This one is a very wide, burly dwarf with just a long, braided blonde beard, who's just leaning up against the side of one of the guard posts, kind of resting his elbow on his hammer as he's just sort of sitting there watching you guys. It's like very lackadaisical, just chilling. It takes a couple of minutes. I want, as a weird delivery system, Yelena, I want you to make a persuasion check.
Here we go. 16. I'll blow inspiration on that. I think we can do better. 19.
Okay. The guard returns, and he dismisses his compatriot, who politely just sort of begins sauntering off in another direction. And the Asmar walks up, and he just smiles to the group of you again. Well, it took some convincing, but Mr. Samund is willing to meet with you now. If you would please follow me, I will take you to his office. He has granted you 10 minutes of his time.
Thank you very much for the effort.
You will be led through the inner workings of the Octopus Arena in all of its splendor. This place is enormous, with multiple rings and multiple floors and seating for tens of thousands of people. And inside, you can tell there are tons of staff that are going around working on small little projects, updating certain things, building vendor stalls, preparing for the next big game. But eventually, after walking around on just the first level, you are led to a small square room, where the Nizal will open the door, lead all of you in, and then close the door. And then on the wall there are a series of arcane runes, and he just runs his fingers along a length of them, and you feel the whole stone of the room shift suddenly, and you feel your stomach hit the bottom of your abdomen. And then eventually, when the doors finally part open again, you'll see you are in a completely different area. This is, it's got much more appeal to it, a much more high-end office look, where there's a long hallway with a beautiful burgundy-colored rug embroidered in gold, white marble walls, black streaked marble floor tiling, and just numerous trophies and paintings depicting Octopus games, and just lots of gold, the Gold Rushers memorabilia just all up on the walls. And down the long length of this, you can see there's another open room where there's a small desk, and there's a petite, pretty elven woman that is sitting there, and there are just a set of two large doors behind her. The guard will lead you down to the desk, where he will just very unceremoniously, again, nod and smile to all of you, and then without a word, he'll just turn on his heel and leave, leaving you with just the elven woman. My understanding was you wish to meet with Mr. Samund.
Yes.
Very well. If you give me 5 minutes, I will make sure he is currently not preoccupied. Please have a seat and wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the help.
And she will stand up and she will quietly and deftly enter the room. A few minutes go by as you casually relax in this very, very swanky lounge. You know, the medieval Keurig is just there and free for anyone who wants a hot cup of something.
I'll take a cup of coffee.
And eventually she exits back out, and then with a slight bow will open the door. Mr. Simond will see you now.
Thank you. She's gonna step in and kind of gesture for Nero to carry the fish.
In comes the hand cart.
Core is just chilling behind.
And when you enter into the room, it's 20 feet across, 40 feet long. It is decorated similarly to the outside, where you see there's a lot of Gold Rushers memorabilia. There's a statue of a player in the center of the room. There's a case filled with trophies and medals. And on one wall, it's just a huge mural of two teams, one of which is very clearly the Gold Rushers. The other one, I will take a history check if there are any Gold Rushers fans, or if there are any Octopus fans here. But it's two teams. The whole 40 feet is just one huge mural of these two teams charging at each other in an arena. It's very grand and very well done. It's quite a feat.
I'll do it. So I'm sure Hub has been told, had his ear talked off about this before.
I mean, this is in your district.
Jolly.
I'll probably...
Yeah.
I'll roll, if only because Core has spent time in this district. My mouse just died. That's unfortunate.
Oh no.
That's okay. I got this.
You should
You
have
need
fed it
plenty
more.
of-
I should have fed it more.
But surprisingly, you don't immediately recognize the team. Core, after a bit of a longer look at it, because there's just so much information to take, and you do start to gather based off of their colors. You realize you didn't recognize them initially because it's a mural of their older uniforms from quite some time ago. But the opposing team is the Cerulean Crusaders from the continent and capital city of Cerulia,
Okay.
otherwise known as Cerulean.
Okay. I'm gonna be back real quick. I just gotta grab batteries.
Yep. What a day and age we live in when he needs batteries for his mouse.
Gosh, yeah.
I remember the good old days when we just used to have live mice and you'd feed them pellets.
Yeah.
Weird.
Pet rocks set a terrible precedent, honestly.
They really did. I'll just hold on my physical description until Don gets back.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff in here. And, painting a picture is kind of important for the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Especially leading up to the individual who's standing behind the very large desk. Because I'm going to introduce you to one of the half-breed races in my setting.
Oh, fun.
I'm back.
Welcome back. All right. So besides this enormous mural, which I keep trying not to say muriel, but this is enormous mural, leading all the way to floor to ceiling glass window panes, which look out over the city itself. There is a enormous white wood desk with 2 seats in front of it, and standing behind the desk, with his hands folded in front of him, is the individual known as Tarek Simon, who, now that you've seen him in person, you realize he is what is referred to, and yes, it sounds funny at first, but there's actually phonetic reasons why, a smork. Yeah, it's a half dragonborn, half orc.
Yo.
He is roughly 7.5 feet tall, covered in blue, sea green blue skin, and a sheen of bronze colored scales that sort of wrap around the exterior parts of his arms, legs, the edges of his face. He has the face is slightly elongated where the nose and jaw protrude as if a dragonborn, but he has two pronounced tusks that have grown long and sharp along the bottom jaw. He has bright green eyes and this long white hair that has grown out of the top, going past pointed ears that goes down to his lower back. He is dressed in very fine clothes, a dark, rich purple button-up shirt, which is covered by a light cream color embroidered in gold, matching slacks, and just on his fingers are just these thick gold bands and rings. There is a presence to this man's wealth and authority. And it is obvious that it is not just because he is rich, but because he is also just physically imposing. Please, take a seat.
Nina will step forward with a bow and give a proper greeting in Kartuli.
You'll see just one of the scaled eyebrows kind of raise, and he'll respond in kind. How has the sun been treating you today?
Unfortunately, not well. It's much cloudier here than in the homeland.
Yes. It is perhaps one of the things I've missed most.
Before anything else, as an apology and a greeting, I have brought this as a gift. She'll kind of motion towards the rainbow fish.
All right. I want you to make a persuasion check at advantage.
I'm gonna blow inspiration on that too. 22.
There we go.
Much better.
Oh,
So,
what did that be to those? Never mind.
Narrow, I'm assuming, will walk up and present the Marlin, given pretty much no one else here can carry it.
Yep, pretty much.
And by contrast, the way he handles the fish when Narrow presents it makes it look much easier by comparison. He grabs it by its tail and then just hefts it up into the air and admires it. It has been some time since I've seen one of these. The only person in the market that sells them is that eccentric gnome, and I don't like dealing with him. Your tribute has been acknowledged. You are welcome here.
Thank you.
Well, if you would like a seat, you may take it. Otherwise, we can have our discussion as planned.
She'll take a seat.
Very comfortable.
I thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah, he hits it's just a raised stone button on his desk, but when he hits it, the door behind you guys opens up, and you see the secretary come in, and he just gestures to the fish. Take this to the freeze lockers, please, so I may speak to them unburdened. And this is a small elven woman. She's like 5'4", very thin. And he says that, and she just kind of nods, like, "Of course, boss, no problem." And you begin to hear her speak words, and then the fish begins to levitate. And she kind of politely, like holding a toddler by the hand, walks it out of the room.
Amazing.
Powerful people have powerful secretaries.
She's
And the-
nice.
And the door will close behind you. So, what in particular do did you wish to meet about? You surely haven't gone out of your way just to have a tour of the arena.
Unfortunately not. There is a issue that we believe that you may be able to help us with that should not take up much of your time. There have been sightings of hags within the city, and my companions and I have been working to try to keep children safe that they have been trying to kidnap. We have heard from a reliable source that one of these children is currently hiding in your arena. And we simply wish to retrieve her and take her somewhere safe where she belongs.
You think this girl's still here?
We are not entirely sure that she is still within the building, but we understand that she is quite skilled at averting the gazes of adults. And we thought it'd be best to try to find her before anything else could.
Very well. I will I will humor this. I call the captain of my guards, and I will order him to begin a search. You are welcome to join. You have the time.
Of course.
And similarly, he presses a button. You see the elven secretary stick her head back in. And you just see him call up Captain Deldrak. Tell him it's an emergency. And she nods and vanishes, and the door shuts again. Speedy response time, about 5 minutes, where you keep polite conversation with Samond, where he'll offer you drinks for those of you interested in partaking. It's the classic rich guy, side drink bar. So very, very rich looking crystal decanters, a couple of exotic looking liquors, and some nice crystal glasses. If anyone's up for a really early drink.
Sure. Also, because I'm curious.
Yeah, sure.
Do I have time to get the secretary, and do I have time to get him?
Yes. You can do one of each for both.
Let's go with level of spell slots for the secretary.
Compare it to.
Let's compare it to George Clooney.
That legit took me a second. I was like, who? Inferior.
Okay. And I want to compare maximum hit points of, I can't remember his name, the Snork.
Yeah, the boss.
Yeah, the boss.
Yeah.
Let's compare his maximum hit points to nobody.
Nobody?
Yeah.
All right, interesting choice. And for the record, Tyrek Simon.
Tyrek. Okay.
To nobody, it's superior.
Okay. This guy has the most hit points I think I've encountered so far.
That's fair to assume.
During like the waiting times, I think Yelena will kind of steer conversation towards, talks of Kartur and just general reminiscing about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there'll be quite a bit of quite a bit of talk of some local holidays and festivities. A lot of the ones he focuses on are clearly surrounding big things that happen and occur near the ocean. But there are several that do cross over with the Seer tribe that you are part of. And that there is, in fact, a festival of constellations, which is done over a cliff, viewing the ocean that's on the eastern side of Kartor. And it's all about the time of the year where there's a phenomenon where the ocean on that side of the continent goes completely still, and you can see the reflection of the night sky perfectly.
Yelena kind of expresses her disappointment as having come to the city, just how little the stars you can see.
I think Kor will try to partake a little bit in that type of the conversation because he's actually very legitimately interested.
Okay.
I think Kor will ask that he's kind of going to be a little bit meek because he's letting Yelena do all the talking here, and he really is trying to behave on his best manners here, and it's really, really, really showing that he's trying to do his best.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to say, that sounds pretty incredible. Can you tell me more about it? I'd really like to know.
It is said, during that time, the small window where the ocean lies still and the night sky is clear, that those with the gifts of the natural world can peer into the future and see events unforetold. For some, it is as simple as knowing whether or not if the harvest will come and be bountiful enough, if there will be a drought that will cause a great suffering, and others in certain circumstances can see great calamities that are going to befall the world in times yet unseen. If you believe in these sorts of superstition, it is one of the most important events that can happen in the whole world. But at the same time, the event is one of celebration. It is a time of reflection in the year previous to see how things have come, to celebrate those things that were good, and to celebrate those hardships that we have survived. And then we prepare for the following year. It is one of the happiest times on the whole continent, at least on the eastern side, for those of us who have not forgotten the old ways.
Of course, looking on with this genuine fascination. And I think he says, I can definitely believe in this kind of superstitions. So it's all about persevering then.
And isn't that what life is at its core? During each day so you can survive and make it to the next. Until one day, you don't. And then you are returned to the earth.
The leader of my tribe described it as a way to watch the reflection of the water and the stars, and in doing so, reflect upon yourself.
Sounds like a wise leader you had. It's the ability to reflect upon yourself and be honest about the flaws you can see so you may fix them and become stronger. It is how lowly fisherman, shunned from other societies, finds himself standing in an office like this, becoming one of the most powerful men in a city like this, rife with corruption.
You, you used to be a fisherman.
Yes, I was still part of the Gellicron tribe. They took me in after I was thrown out of the cities. It's quite a lot of old hatred for Dragon Ball.
From what I know
Or-
about them, they are good people, honorable people.
I don't really know many. I'm actually gonna roll something real quick. You might actually be the maybe third or fourth I've really talked with. If you can believe that. And Cor kind of like thinks about his words here carefully. I don't like that happened, but you seem to have moved past the sorrow.
My rejection, while it wounded me for a time, healed quickly when I found that I was embraced by another people. And they did so regardless of my heritage. They taught me how to live and how to thrive, the basic necessities for making it day to day in a very harsh environment. And it was through their lessons and their teachings that I stand before you here today.
Truly an inspiration to have come so far. It is stories like that why I am working as hard as I am to try and save these children.
You're not at all what I thought you were going to be like.
What did you think I was going to be like?
I didn't think you would be empathetic. I thought you would be maybe out of touch, stuck in a different way. I mean, I I guess I don't really have an excuse.
For
I
how
don't-
you saw me or for how you see yourself?
Both. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a moment here, I guess. Yelena.
I believe what my companion is trying to say is knowing your influence in the city, but not knowing you personally, one might assume that you are like many of the other rich individuals of Gilead that can't see anything past their own nose.
A reasonable assumption to make.
And I believe that we're all very happy to know that that is the case.
The more you spend time in a position like mine, unfortunately rubbing elbows with other people In shared circles, you find yourself to be standing alone much of the time. There are very few people that make it as far as I have in this city, and have much of any sort of culture or moral left that isn't just gold and greed. I come from a humble place. I've only made it to where I am because of it. Therefore, I cannot forget it. Many other people get washed away in the tidal wave of wealth they make.
I agree completely.
I grew up outside these walls, and seeing the arena on the outskirts, it wasn't too uncommon. I
By
guess
design.
I always, yeah.
Made sure there was no wall. Made sure I built seats. While I couldn't fix all of the problems the city will always make, I figured I could at the very least provide an opportunity for those with nothing to have something else to look forward to. And perhaps inspire some to try to be someplace different. The arena has a way of finding people that want to be something more.
Well, if you ever want a small taste of home, I am a performer, and I would be more than willing to put on shows.
And where do you perform?
A little bit here, a little bit there, wherever I can make my living.
Capable of choreographing large shows.
I have never worked with large groups before, but I believe I'd be up to the task. I've worked with others.
Earn some experience. And after you've proven that, I am always in need of shows for the arena. I do pay well.
She nods.
Otherwise, I will come find a show when my time is free.
I will look forward to seeing you in the crowd.
That is when the door opens. And Instriding, wearing a similar uniform that you've seen on all the guards here, gold scale mail, gold tabard, trimmed in white, is a black scaled dragonborn. They come up, they stop at the side of the desk to the left, stand perfectly at attention, and just kind of meet eyes with everyone before eventually having their eyes settle onto Tarek. Yes, sir. You called for me. Yes, there are. These people here have alerted us that there is a child somewhere in the arena hiding. Take a dozen or so guards and begin searching the premises. Take them with you, if they so desire. Find this child. They are in danger. I will not have them hurt here. And the captain nods, and then looks to the rest of you. Well, if you would follow me, we can begin our search now.
Of course. Yelena will stand up and bow towards Tarek again.
He stands up when you stand up.
Before I forget, my name is Yelena. A pleasure.
Yes. A pleasure indeed. I will see you sometime in the future, I'm sure. I hope you find the child you're looking for, and I hope they are safe.
I hope so as well.
And then as you guys are leaving, you get like right to where the captain's at the doors, and he goes, and leave the statue. And then you all sort of turn and you watch as Hatner slowly pulls a gold statue out of his cloak and just puts it on his stand nearby.
God. I think before they leave, right after that happens, I think Core tries to leave a little bit more on a serious note. Just says, my name is Core, and I'm gonna do better for myself. Thanks.
Just don't forget where you came from.
Uh, yeah. Shouldn't be well, I'm not gonna say it shouldn't be a problem, but I like to stay true to my convictions. Thank you.
He gives you a big nod of his head. That'd be weird if he was nodding your head. Yes,
He's just
Cole.
Core's like, oh no.
He could probably do it.
With
He
one
really
hand.
could. I
Like
just
a
want him to do
bobblehead. Just flick it.
like, you must be happy. Core's not gonna resist if the 7-foot-tall man that he is kind of fascinated with the appearance of just grabs him by the face and just starts moving his head against his volition.
Yes, Core, you must be happy.
Whatever you say.
You should probably also get a commemorative bobblehead at the gift shop.
Uh, sure.
Yelena's really happy with this interaction. She was ready to go full just kissing up to him and just like, swoo the nobleman kind of with pretty girl. No, she got to have a nice reminiscent talk about Homeland.
He's like not actually a terrible person, which is rare.
Core got a lot out of this. Too, also.
Honestly, between you and me, it was the fish. It was 100% the fish that got you in.
That's why I brought it.
Yep, sometimes high checks are worth it.
So happy that he's just like the only person who sells this is that god damn,
The fish
no.
devil.
I can't fit through the front door. It's too small.
I guess Core turns his back and just says, and your secretary also seems neat. That was a neat fish trick.
They just a
Can't leave
nod,
without being awkward.
and then the door closes. And then as you're leaving, you see the secretary, and she just smiles at you. Like more than just like the polite secretary smile. It's actually like a smile because she heard your comment.
I think Core will return it, kind of genuinely. Maybe like a silent thing of like, we could be friends.
Were there quotes around that?
I don't know.
It sounded like there might have been quotes around that, but all right.
I can't do quotes. What do quotes sound like, Dyer?
I don't know. It's like we could be friends.
Yeah, that's what quotes sound like.
Yep. I'm an expert speaking in quotes.
Whatever you
You're
say.
an expert.
Nailed it.
So we start searching for the lost child.
You begin searching for the lost child. Captain Deldrak leads you a floor lower in the unsettling moving stone room, where he takes a moment, speaks to another one of his guards, and then after a couple of minutes, about a dozen additional guards have been assembled. And he goes through the. All right, everybody, listen up. We have a lost child on the premises that is in danger. It is important that we find them as quickly as possible. Take your sections and begin searching as thoroughly as you can. If it turns out that we can't find anything, we'll request some magical aid and continue searching from there. You lot, do you want to accompany any of my guards, or would you rather search independently?
I think we can cover more ground if we search independently, assuming that that is okay.
Yes. There is no place you won't be able to get into without access granted to you anyhow, and I doubt a child would have made it there.
You know, she's gonna look over at Hatner.
He just kind of gives you a knowing look. Just like a, mm-hmm. Like, yeah, it's fine. Wink.
Perhaps we should have one guard accompany us, just in case we come across an area we aren't allowed into.
All right. And he just points over. Jenkins, just attend to these people, will you? If they need anything, just help them.
Just by that name, I already know he's going to die.
He is also a generic human.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, he's not. I mean, he's a human. He's not generic. He is a forest-born human.
Is he wearing any red?
You know, you think the undershirt, the part of the underpadding of his armor, is red?
Oh, so dead.
I was gonna ask if he's like wearing green at all. Does it happen to be wearing a green cloak? Maybe he's dead already.
Oh, he's a straw man.
No.
Yoli just gonna quietly ask Hatner to lead them to the place where he dropped off Priya.
Yeah. So you guys will eventually, when the last order is given, all the guards will disperse, and Jenkins will go and follow you. Initially going, all right. So I guess if we head this way, and Hatner's like, no, we're going this way. Just trust me. I have a gut feeling. And you guys go all the way back down to the ground floor. Walk along the exterior of the stadium, but inside the fence, until you reach a utilities hatch on the side. And Hatner just sort of looks at it. Well, this is where we're going to start. And Jenkins, well, this is locked normally. Yeah, normally. Could you open it for us? And Jenkins gets the hint and takes out a key and opens it up. And you go down a ladder and you enter into a long stone tunnel, illuminated by inlaid. It's just one long strip of blue inlaid stone, and it just glows faintly enough to light the tunnel. And it leads you all the way down to a larger open space with a bunch of metal cylinders and pipes and wheels and nozzles and many things which you think are responsible for helping control the water flow in and out of the stadium. Geliath is known for being the most sophisticated city when it comes to a lot of its sewer and water movements, second only to Albion in its capital city, given they are kind of like the engineering next to the Gnomish capital. They're like the second most forefront on the engineering technologies race. And the Hatter just keeps leading you along, and he's doing this kind of odd chirping whistle. It's just like a 3-4, like a 1-2-3-4, and then a long whistle. And he's just sort of doing it as you guys are walking. It's very clear that he sort of has signals for all the various kids he's left in places. Eventually, he gets to another door where he tries it. It's locked, and then he just turns around and just like just hard stares at Jenkins, and Jenkins is finally, he's just gotten with the program. He just opens up the door and steps aside. And you go inside. This room is likewise filled with pipes and a handful of tall metal cabinets. And on the far side, there is a nook that is tucked behind one of these, where there is a small alcove that's about 4 feet long by about 2 feet. More like 3 feet. It's very cramped, but it's covered by the shadows of the room due to the artificial lighting in here. And when he goes over, you see him immediately reach down and grab a fistful of a blanket. And you see him start rummaging, and you see a blanket, a pillow, part of the rest of the bedroll. And then you see him set aside a small backpack, and then a couple of other items off to the side. And he just immediately begins rummaging through everything. Just you see him muttering to himself, "This doesn't feel right. Something's off. There's not as much food missing as there should be. She shouldn't have been scavenging already. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't feel right, guys. Something's off. Something's not right."
Core's gonna start investigating.
Make an investigation check.
Start looking for any tracks.
Survival.
Are you okay?
Haba,
separate
Nero,
checks.
anything?
Yeah, yes, we'll make a survival check as well.
Okay.
Damn good.
All right, guys. You just. All right, we brought the A team today. Okay, Core. You fall in the line very quickly. You begin searching around the room, looking for signs of anything that are a little bit off. You're not unfamiliar to having to travel through the sewers occasionally, and when you do actually get within under the city itself, not in the slums, the sewage does get pretty sophisticated. So you have a good idea of what looks like it belongs and what doesn't. You sort of start with where Hatner is with the goods and things that have been left behind. And you can tell there are several packed, wrapped rations that have just not been touched. And there only looks like there was one that was open and was being nibbled on, and then it clearly wasn't eaten the rest of it. There are a couple of other dried goods, and just a surprising amount of the supplies just don't look like they were touched. The bedroll is perhaps the part that is the most telling. That when you are in a situation where you're underground and you're not really supposed to go very far, you're going to start accumulating a little bit of dirt and grime. Or even just like, starting to smell a little when you haven't bathed for a longer period of time. And the bedroll, despite it not coming from, the cleanest of circumstances, it just smells like dirt. It doesn't smell like a person. As in someone hasn't been sleeping in it long enough to leave a scent. So you're starting to get a lot of why Hatner is feeling very uncomfortable, that it doesn't actually seem like while she was stashed here, like she was here for long. And then it is when you notice that you look around very carefully, and on one of the tall metal cabinets, there are handles. And on one of the handles, underneath, so the handle facing the inside of the cabinet, where you kind of have to like press your head up against the door to look on the underside of the handle itself, you see that there is a small speck of blood, and probably much to your horror, a piece of a fingernail. Process for a second.
Sure.
Yelena and Haba, you guys begin looking for tracks, signs of people having come and gone, not even just in the room, but in the surrounding area you've been walking through. You have the advantage of the fact that because this area is used for a lot of the water processing, the humidity is high enough that there's always like just a slight sheen of water on everything. So when people walk and it dries in a certain area, it leaves pretty obvious footprints. The area isn't super well traveled, but there is frequent enough comings and goings that you can see a lot of what you expect to be relatively normal footprints. Average adult sizes, coming and going, the same boot tread. So you think, probably the workers. And then you can very easily see the small, soulless footsteps of a child. But there is only one or two tracks, sets of tracks you can find, and they appear to be very old. They're mostly smudged, and you're kind of only finding them in between the footsteps of the more common footprints, which continues to reinforce this gathering feeling of she was here for a little bit, but nowhere near as long as Hatner thought she would have. And she did not return.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that is it. That is the information. Now you guys may do with it as you will.
Can I roll medicine to determine the freshness of the nail in the blood?
Sure.
Okay. We're bad at this, but sure. Session's about to. I don't want to risk it. It's fine. 10 is fine.
Okay. It's hard to tell, but at the very least, the blood is very dark and very dry. So it's relatively old. Probably about more than 5 days.
Okay. That brings Core a little degree of comfort, but also doesn't really help the situation much. I think there's just an uncomfortable silence. I guess that is just like stepping from Core.
Hatner eventually stands up from his rummaging, and he immediately strides over to Jenkins and just shoves him. Where is she? Where is she? What did you guys do with her? And he's berating this man. And Hatner's a teenager and not as strong, reasonably so. So the guard's taking it fine, but Hatner's being very aggressive.
Hatner.
They have to know where she is. They're the only ones down here. There are way too many people. There's no way those hags would be able to find her down here. It has to be one of them. He has to know, and he shoves Jenkins again.
Cora's gonna walk up to him and he's gonna grab him by his shoulder pretty firmly, and he's going to say,
More like by the waist, but go on.
"What was that?"
I said it's more like by the waist, but go on.
Sure.
Yeah,
because he's probably much taller.
Yeah, you got to remember you're a short boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forget, like child size, or whatever. Cora grabs him by his belt loop and kind of gives him like a firm, like just like pull, and says, "You need to control yourself because the situation is going to get a lot worse if you start getting violent with the people that are trying to help us." This happened probably days ago.
All the more reason why I think it's them.
Okay. And I'm also going to say this. If it's them, then we'll get to the bottom of it. And if it's the hag, we'll get her back. But you need to keep your cool, okay? It's not his fault.
He's like looking at you, and then he turns his eyes back on the Jenkins and just gives like a long, quiet stare. And then does that thing where it's like, fine, all right, get it.
To clarify, the footprints that she did find, does it seem like it's just limited to this room?
No, they leave the room. They wander around down here for a little bit. But they're so old and overlapped. It's hard to find exactly like if she went really far where exactly it goes up. But down here in the underbelly, the workings, the waterworks, if you will, down here, she spent a little bit of time at least like exploring, just like looking at stuff. That's very clear. But anytime you start heading towards an area where it would be more common for people to be, you lose them completely. So you're not sure if she went there and then they got lost, or she just never went there because she would always turn around because of how busy it was.
I think she's going to look at Jenkins and just ask, do you know, are these tunnels connected to the rest of the city's sewers?
They are, but there's a gate. A very heavily locked and well-protected gate. And by gate, I mean door.
I'm gonna let Quinn continue with that before I do what I'm gonna do.
Hatner, Jagoram mentioned that Priya had she was very good at finding her way around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's possible she decided to go somewhere else?
Yeah, it could be possible, but why wouldn't she take any of the supplies I left her?
You're not gonna like what I found.
Everyone's eyes turn on you.
I found a bit of blood, and I found a nail. Could have been sign of a struggle. Cord gestures to where he found the things. And then I think at this point he kind of puts his hand on his necklace here, and he looks at it and he addresses it. I don't suppose you have any ideas or anything that you could do to help me out right now, do you? Cord just stretches his mouth a little bit wide as he's looking down at it.
Mm,
In a bit of a grimace.
yeah, make a religion check.
I will blow inspiration on this.
There is just no response. You stare at the prayer beads, hoping for something, but nothing comes.
I think Core just says, "That's okay."
They mentioned using magic to help locate her if we couldn't find her.
Yeah. Well, we have a couple of mages on staff. They're responsible for maintaining the pearl. They come and do their work later at night. So they're not here right now, but we'd have to call them in.
I think we should do that.
All right. I'll go put in the word. You guys want to stay down here, or are you gonna come with me? If I leave you down here, you might get locked in down here.
Looking near the cabinet that Core kind of pointed out with the blood, does it look like there are any like footsteps there that are particularly deeper, as if somebody had to, balance their weight as they're trying to pull on somebody?
It's a good question. It's not that there is a set of footprints that are more like that would denote someone like in a physical altercation, but there is a different set of footprints there. Which Core didn't notice due to just the discovery he found distracting him. But there is a set of footprints, which are unusual because they are bare. There are no shoes whatsoever. There are 5 toes and bare feet. They're a bit on the larger side, like a men's size 9. And when you find them near the cabinet, you also can backtrack them towards one of the walls where they just seem to appear.
Kind of put her hand on the wall after getting there and just she'll say a curse in Cartuli. And just say, look, these footprints, they come out of the wall.
When brought to everyone's attention, you guys can start seeing the footprints.
It still might be worth looking around. That maybe they're still nearby. It's worth a shot.
Well, fine. Don't everyone just stand around, split up. Look. And Hatner goes up to Jenkins before he leaves, and he just takes the key out of Jenkins' hand. I'm going to be borrowing this. And Jenkins has a moment where he starts to argue. He kind of looks over everyone else, and then just, again, capitulates and goes out.
Please go let your fellow guards know that we're going to need that magic.
Yeah, yes. I'll let them know. And do not be surprised if another one of us shows up in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Don't do or destroy anything, please.
And be careful. I don't know if you were told or not, but we're dealing with a hag. It's a night hag.
He was like walking, and then he stops and looks at you. I don't get paid enough for this. And he just keeps going.
Yelena will just say, if your boss is at all hesitant, just tell him that a child of the desert is in danger.
All right. Jen keeps walking, but you're pretty sure he heard you.
Yelena's going to follow the child-sized footprints up to the point where, she can't really see them anymore, and going to start looking around.
All right. Well, Yelena following those, they go up a set of stairs. Well, rather, they lead you to a set of stairs that ascends to the upper level of the waterworks. And when you get to the top of the stairs and you continue looking, you can find footprints that still continue up onto this level. We're going to go back to you in a quick second as I ask the other players in the room what they are going to do. What are they going to be doing for searching?
I think Cora is going to continue doing what he's been doing, and he's going to be Yelena's, assistance. Making sure that happens, because that's been a very, very solid and consistent thing here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also think Cora's a little distracted. Something on his mind. I'll get to that in a moment, though.
All right. In which case, sounds like, Yelena, if you want to make another survival check with advantage. And then Haba, if you likewise would like to make the same one. And I'm assuming with advantage because Nero will be helping you.
Yep.
I believe in you.
Cool.
Thank you.
You did it.
Part of the cards.
Part of the cards.
Right. So the group of you, kind of making your way around, fixate on this point. Yelena following the footsteps she had identified earlier up to the first floor of the waterworks. Where this is a much more wide open space that's, that has perimeters arranged according to just walls of pipes. And you continue to follow them. And then on the far side, on the western side of this room, there's a long, wide tunnel that cuts through. And it becomes very clear when you get a little bit closer, and this is where the footprints lead up to, that Haba notices and then stops, because on the tunnel, you note that there is significantly more foot traffic. So much so that it's almost impossible to actually discern individual footsteps because there are just so many smeared together at And then when you look down the tunnel, one direction is darkness. Again, partly illuminated by these strips of blue stone. But then in the other direction, glowing with a bright blue sea green coloration, is the bottommost entrance to the Pearl. Very much like walking into an underground aquarium. That huge, the huge aquarium windows with the just the blue glow in the dark room. It just down the other direction. It looks very much like Priya would bravely get to this point, but then realize there'd be so many people coming and going that she could never really go any further. At the very least, there's no way to track her beyond that point.
So, sorry, I'm just trying to confirm. There are 3 pathways. One just kind of leads off into darkness. One leads to the Pearl, and then there's the staircase.
You guys went up the staircase, so technically, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you were on the second level of the waterworks. So the staircase led you up to the first level, where you were then followed it to where the tunnel is. So technically, yes, there are 3 ways, but one of which you came up.
Okay. Yelena's gonna make her way towards the green glow.
Okay.
Can't believe we're gonna be challenged by the hag in this place, glowing green, to octopush for the child's life.
The tunnel, the segment is 60 feet long. You walk the length, only illuminated briefly by, or rather lightly by the blue stone inlaid into the walls. And then you enter into the bottom of the unlit octopus arena. And you just have a glimpse of the high sun piercing down from above, casting this just wavering sea green glow all across the entire arena, the enormous 25-story tall arena. And just this just gigantic pearl that contains what many would consider an ocean in front of you.
I'm gonna start looking around for anything that seems out of place.
Investigation.
I'm gonna roll investigation independently, I think.
All right.
Yeah, we'll
I
try
feel
it.
very happy that I made that call.
Yeah.
Okay. You all split up and begin looking. Classic Scooby-Doo type. There's really not a whole lot down here. The bottom of the arena is kept very plain. The one thing that is noticeable, and Haba, you'd be the one to sort of identify this, the pearl does come down to this level, and there are, in fact, a series of steps that lead up to it. And just out of a cursory check, because, well, you've never really been in here, but you've seen people playing, you go up the steps and you just put a hand up against the edge of the pearl, and with just a little bit of extra pressure, your hand just boop, pops through. And you can just move it through the edge of the pearl, and it's just underwater. And then you can pop it back out. In the water, when you remove your hand is still completely dry. But the thing that is most important, while completely barren, you, Core, as you are searching along on your own pathway, each of you have kind of gone in 3 different directions. You're all about 60 feet or so apart. You find a grate of which you kind of stand there and you look at it, and then through the hazy sea green light, you look around. You can notice a couple of others. And when you look through the grate, there's a flash of sea green light that just kind of billows past long enough, illuminating the interior of it. And inside, you see the pallid flesh and dead eyes of something staring up at you. And that's where we're going to end today's session.
Ooh.
Thank you for running.
Thank you for running.
Really wanted that cliffhanger.
It's a really good cliffhanger.
It's a really good cliffhanger. Is it a child? Is it a straw man? Is it just a weird dead body? We don't know.
It's both.
But we're going to find out next week, that's for sure. Yeah, that's it from us for today. I don't know. I really enjoyed this. There was a lot of people learning and a lot of social interactions, and Greg and Don going completely off the rails and making a complete lunatic of an NPC called the Fish Devil. That's going to come up way more in other games whenever I get the opportunity to. Just you wait.
Good.
And even in odd scenarios where like he has no business being anywhere else, but people just find him on a boat in the middle of the ocean. He's gonna be like, Jacques Cousteau, but a fisherman.
I do want to go fishing with him at one point.
That will be a side quest, I promise you.
I really, really liked the way that you played that character 100%. I do not regret spending the character token on this whatsoever here. The only thing that I wish that he didn't do was basically be like, slave boy, slave boy, slave boy, right in front of Yelena, but also at the same time just going, wow.
He knew what the fish were worth, and that that habanero weren't going to be able to fork up the dough if they lost.
Yep.
I can't wait for us to go fishing with him. And he's got like his rod and its lines in the water. He hooks something. He looks down and it's way too big. The rod's gonna snap if he tries to pull it out. Instead of just letting go, he dives in to wrestle it out.
Oh, you better believe it. Yeah, the funny thing is, I already have a contingency for that because he does this on the regular, and I know what it is, but you guys won't until this actually happens. So I'm just going to leave that as a mystery. But it is outrageous as the character is. That's all I'm going to leave it at.
Once we get done with the kids,
I
that's
just
gonna
want
be
him
our
to,
next side quest.
Pulls out a mega mouth whale and he's like, yes, good, the bait.
I'm waiting,
Season.
I'm waiting for him to get those what is it, like dust of dryness or whatever. And just he spreads them all around the fish to just completely get rid of the water so they're on even terms.
Scoops up the fish. Yeah. It's Leviathan hunting season, boys.
This guy's literally a monster hunter. He's literally like the cat Chef Arguzi from World.
Yep.
Dyer, do you read manga at all? A lot?
Honestly, no. Like on and off, but I'm not even a casual reader. It's like I read like one series maybe once a year.
Have you by chance read Toriko?
No.
Or heard of it? Okay, it's like Dragon Ball, but if it was food based, where the entire world is just made out of food and nonsense like that. But they got something in there called it's one of like the big beasts, but it's a whale, and its mouth is literally like a self-contained black hole.
Oh, that's
and it like lives in like the dead. Yeah, it lives in like the Dead Sea. Because
this I'm just saying,
stinks wherever it goes.
This manga looks ridiculous. I just googled it. It's crazy. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Hang on, but before we tangent too far, that's gonna be it from us. We're going to go now, and I'm probably gonna go take a long nap because I would like more than 4 hours of sleep in one day.
Yeah.
But that was a lot of fun. Thank you guys. I really hope Sam feels better.
Yes, she was dying in the bathroom for like 2 hours.
Yeah. No, I understand. And after that, you just need to rest.
Yep.
So everyone, send love to Sam because Sam needs it.
Mm-hmm.
And Greg, you're physically there. Take care of Sam. If her husband doesn't do it, just be a good friend. Like I know you will.
Got it. Thanks.
Otherwise, same schedule as every other week. I play in a game tomorrow. I run a game Friday night. And then back to Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Branding is being redone because I hate myself. But it's much better this time, I promise, and that'll be rolled out probably in full. I think I'm going to give myself 2 weeks. That's probably the better measure than trying to rush it out next week. Pardon me, I'm dying. Other than that, thanks for watching. Thank you guys for playing. And when in doubt, make good choices. We will see you all next week.
Bye.
See ya.
Be good people.
We need an outro. I need an outro. Anyone know how to make people make music?
Nope.
Well, maybe next time. All right. Bye.